Getting back into it. Oh yeah, hang on. Let's get some. Speaking of which, let's get some music that isn't going to get copyright going. This is the cult chapter. But hi, Warcraft code. I do hope your day is going well. All right, time to bow for a while. How long would that be? What's 3 billion divided by 60 divided by 60? There we go. Actually, 833,000. Repeating. So that would be, hold on. 95 years of bowing. So. I haven't decided yet, Warcraft code. I admit I have no interest in it. So it's a whole lot of we'll see at the moment. Clear all hostile sites. God damn. Good. Okay. I probably wouldn't do that immediately for the reasons you already mentioned, Type 3B. But also, if I wanted to adjust song music so that it sounded okay, I'd just do it myself manually. Where is... We'll see, Warcraft code. The Chronicles books after 1 have not been particularly good, to be blunt. And they've mostly just been a rehashing of the games. And that's cool and all, but I already did that. I spent 4 months doing that. It's called Lorecraft. Go watch that. So, we'll see. It's a really big we'll see. I'm not super enthused. I'm not going to lie to you. No, not the lore run. The lore craft. Well, it's okay, Type 3B Skeleton. Because I hate you! There you go. Pressure's off. You're hated. You can just move on. The short videos. I'm sorry. I find that thought amusing, Warcraft code. Like, let's see. The Cataclysm one by itself is what? 3 hours and 12 minutes long. Who are you? And why am I killing you? Oh well, die. Friggin' cultists. Well, if you want long-term content, that's what the lore run is there for. For the other 99% of people who don't want long-form content, that's what the lore crafts are for. Go watch the lore crafts. All right. Oh no. There's cultists everywhere. God, Near's just has some range. Look at that. Can't hit, though. I mean, they're still not going to update the exit R because, you know, screw us. No, I understand. I really do actually understand. It's just... I don't want to say it's that I don't care, but it's kind of that I don't care. Zeiss, Starfield is funded You funded Starfield. Why are you putting that sub towards Starfield? Explain yourself, sir. The down digglers. We get to try her delicious food. We can increase our retirement age in all parties, increase our speed of all parties members, or give just Nerozaz more health. You know what I should do? Because this is the current thing that's trending. Is I should do reaction videos, 30 seconds at a time, of me reacting to one of my own Lorecraft videos. And, like, I, watching it, say something extremely wrong about the lore, so that people rush to be like, no! The orcs don't have blue skin! What are you talking about? So, Horizon, Forbidden West, Cyberpunk, the only Cyberpunk. What's your third pick, Zeiss? And either way, thank you. Zelda Block, you got it. All right, let's get on with this. Let's get retirement age. I don't want any retirements. Let's go. Yay. I guess. Just pretend I'm 30 years younger. I don't think I'm that young. I know I look young. I ain't that young. When you say making pals, Ice. This is ridiculous. I just decided I was going to not do all the optional content. But the main quest right now is do all the optional content. In fact, honestly, let's just, at this point, whatever, let's just grab everything. Screw it. I mean, honestly, that's pretty much exactly where we're at. Yes, I did. You realize that's already been rescinded, right? Just not to rub it in, but that got rescinded within a week. I have had a character die in combat twice so far. Oh no. My enemies suck. Have I ever thought about painting my nude body and standing up on camera? I do like the death options. I should write that down. We'll pick option 3. Plus permanent health. Ulraseal Evo. Now we're fighting lizard people. Oh, Leaf Spirit, Leaf Spirit. Oh, Dakota. Where's Dakota? I totally got a nap in. That's definitely a thing that really happened. Behold my napping prowess. We have now unlocked Leaf Sword. It's fine. I didn't really feel like laying down anyways. Ugh, why do you keep trying to kill me, Evo? Is it because you hate me? Is that the reason? Is that where we're at now? Have we entered, like, spite hate? Dogs. So, you know, every time you apologize, you cause me damage. Actually, I am familiar with Mountain Blade, too. It's funny you say that you think I'd love it. So, first of all, that's the game that took 700,000 years to come out, if you're not familiar with it. But, the other weird thing about that game is that I've played the previous Mountain Blades, and I hated them. Now, to explain why, they were boring. There was nothing to do. There was no content, there was no activity, it was just dull as dishwater. And that just wasn't my thing. No judgment, no whatever, it was just not my thing. But then, they announced this new one, and they're like, hey, this new one, now with content. And I was like, oh, sweet. And then it didn't come out for years. And now it's out. And it took so long to come out that I kind of don't really have any interest in it anymore. And more to the point, I absolutely do not have time to play just a video game on my own right now. So, if I ever review it, I'll let you know what I think of it. But otherwise, I'm probably never going to touch it. But again, the biggest thing by far that I didn't like about the Mountain Blade series was there was no content. I don't like sandbox games. I do not enjoy being told, here's a bunch of sand. Go have fun. And I'm like, okay, but what is there to do? Is literally the first thought I have. And the game's like, well, but you go do whatever you want to. Okay. I'd like to do a campaign. Or maybe, like, an adventure. A plot arc. Get some, you know, progression mechanics. Maybe a story would be nice. Hey, Venters. Happy weekend, I hope. By the way, I might not be streaming tomorrow because of unhappy weekends. This is just the year that keeps on giving, I swear. Accuracy. Let's give that to Nerazaz. Like, I don't know. I know I'm the outlier there. I know I'm the idiot. I know I'm stupid. I know I'm worthless. I know that nobody loves me. But I really just do not actually enjoy sandboxy content. I never have. I like having some structure to a video game. If I can give an example here. I get bored of Minecraft inside of like an hour. Because there's nothing to do. Like, there is a degree of progression in that game. But and there's a lot of design to Minecraft. But that's kind of it, right? There's not really much else there. By contrast, if I look at something like, say, Subnautica, that's a game I absolutely delved into immediately because there is actual progression, campaign, and story, and there's a structure to what you're doing rather than just sandbox. And that's what I mean when I say sandbox. Too many people, when they say sandbox, what they mean is having the option to do stuff in any order. But that's not actually what sandbox means when it comes to game design. Sandbox means there's no developer-generated content there. It's all procedural, or there's no content at all. There's just tools, and you just wander around the sandbox doing stuff. Like there's, I think it's the X series of games, or There's another space-bound one, which I thought was going to be like Free Space, but obviously wasn't. And it was just, there was no point in it to me. It was for me. Now, I'm not trying to sound harsh about this type of games in general, because I know there's a lot of market for those. I know that some people want to just have a pile of sand to do whatever they want with. No judgment. But I have absolutely no interest in that kind of game, personally. There's just nothing there. Yeah, No Man's Sky at launch. Boring as hell, because there's nothing to do. Now, they added in stuff to do. There's actually story progression, there's campaigns, there's a degree of escalation. I keep using the word progression. I hate to keep using that word, but it's the best word for the job, because the problem is that is exactly as vague as it is. Progression can mean a lot of things based on the game in question, right? It could be something as simple as gaining access to a new ship, or accessing a new area, or gaining new levels, or having new equipment, or whatever. Progression, however, is mandatory for me to really enjoy that. Does Raft have a story? Yes, actually. Raft does have a story. It's crazy. But there is a story to Raft, and there is also a campaign to Raft. What's really funny is Raft's campaign is completely optional. Because in Raft's campaign, the way it works is you have to build a radio tower. If you don't build a radio tower, you will never encounter the story islands, the manually crafted islands, because the radio tower is what spawns them in code terms. So, you could just roam the sea forever if you want to. You can do that before and after at any point in the campaign, really. But the moment you want to progress, you punch in the coordinates and that spawns the next story island. Make sense? And like I said, all the story islands are manually crafted. Exactly, Blade Travel. Narrative is nice. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Every game could be improved by the inclusion of good story. But it isn't mandatory. Never was. Now, Crusader Kings 3 and Crusader Kings 2, absolutely. Those games have tons of progression, tons of campaign, lots of things to do. It's the same thing with something like, say, Civilization. You know, you sit down, you play Civilization, there is a clear and decisive campaign there. It might not be what people usually think of when it comes to a campaign, but it totally is. As you build up your civilization from the ground up and go to war and make peace and explore new lands, you know, you get it. But a pure sandbox? I just sit there thinking, what am I doing? Now, again, this is just me. This is just me being weird, and I acknowledge that I am the weirdo here. And this is just me going way off topic, and I apologize. But the point being, that's why I don't get into games like Mountain Blade, or the space, versions of Mountain Blade. It's true. I am wrong. I was always wrong. I was born that way. Yeah, exactly. It's why I like Dragon Quest Builders 2. Because Dragon Quest Builders 2, let's be honest, is an RPG. There is very clear progression, very clear campaign, lots of story. Like, that's kind of the ideal for me. Minecraft, bored in an hour. Dragon Quest Builders 2, I have played all the way through the game 3 times. And honestly, that's just those 3 times. I've also played a little bit with my sister, and a little bit with a friend of mine, and a little bit with my niece. I have yet to get tired of that game. Yay, I'm glad you got a foot long. So what do I owe you? I mean, I don't mind being able to go meander. Quite the contrary. But, well, to use an example I'm fond of bringing up. If I want to go meander in Mountain Blade, good news, that's all there is to do. If I want to go meander in Oblivion, no problem. I can literally just pick a direction and walk in that direction. You know? If I ever get bored of meandering in Mountain Blade Mountain Blade, then it sucks to be me. Because there's nothing else to do. If I ever get bored of meandering in Oblivion, I got all kinds of other quests I could go back and do. Ooh, a spear. Um, let's make Diabeepus our DPS, shall we? Yeah, no, I mean, I like doing that in WoW occasionally, Blade of All, just roaming and seeing what's out there. And WoW is like one of the most non-open world games I've ever played. Still fun to do every now and again. I did like Dark Cecil's Sword. It reminded me a lot of the Lord of the Rings ones. So, did I like Dragon Quest Builders 1? Yeah. Like, that hesitation probably says more than my words can. DQB1 was very much a prototype / experimental thing. And God, it shows. Do I like Total War games? No. Now, I say that so definitively, that's a recent development. Or, more accurately, that's a recent revelation. For the longest time, I actually really thought I liked Total War games. I just hadn't found the right one yet. But the idea of a Total War game sounded awesome. You know, it's an RTS that has a 4X component. Sounds legit, right? Problem is, well, everything. But in actual practice, the strategic layer is really, really basic. To the point where it might as well not even be there. And the tactical layer is certainly fun, but ultimately kind of repetitive. And honestly arduous. Like there's no... Look at StarCraft 2 for a second, right? If you look at StarCraft 2 purely as an RTS, what you see is incredible map design. It does a lot of things right, don't mistake me. But the map design is what really makes StarCraft 2 the best RTS ever made. It's what lifts it up above everything else. And that's awesome. And so, you look at the map design of Total War, and there isn't any. There's height variance, which changes charges and you know, how some of your units move. And there's cover, like there's some trees here and there. But that's it. There's nothing there. So every single battle might as well just be a simulation of the battle itself, not the terrain. The focus is on the unit variety and the unit design and the strategy and tactics of using those units and trying to break morale and using their gimmicks and blah, blah, blah. But the map doesn't exist for all intents and purposes, right? So that's not carrying it. So there's not really a strategic layer, because the strategic layer is just playing whack-a-mole, because the whole point of the strategic layer is to reach the tactical layer, but the tactical layer is just doing effectively the same battle over and over with different compositions of units. If I could explain this a little bit differently, the biggest problem I have with Total War is that it's not actually it's not actually an RTS. Not what I would normally call an RTS. It's a large-scale battle simulator. And it's much more on the sim side of things. I know that sounds strange, but really think about it for a minute. Think about how much time and effort the developers of those games have spent, and what they have focused on the most when it comes to their design. Again, map design, non-existent. Controls, functional, serviceable. Quality of life features, practically non-existent. Cool abilities and stuff, not really. Top-down things, nope, nothing on that front. They spend all their time and effort on the units, and they want to make those units pop, and it's probably one of the things they do absolutely the best. Because the whole point is, okay, what if this composition fights this composition? And if this all sounds familiar, it's because I just described wargaming. Both in real life, but also the tabletop variety, where the point of wargaming is trying out this unit composition versus this unit composition. And I didn't realize that I didn't enjoy that until last year when we were going through Total Warhammer 3. By far the best Total War game I've ever played, and an extremely good game that I highly recommend to anybody who's into it, that I hated. That I just couldn't stand, because the strategic layer pissed me off constantly, because, again, I'm just playing whack-a-mole. And what I was trying to do in the strategic layer was I was trying to win. But the game doesn't want you to win. The game wants you to get into more battles. And so I kept running into a wall on that front as more and more and more enemy forces just keep popping up everywhere to force me into more battles. And I'm just trying to lock down regions so I could conquer and move on. And again, after the, I don't know, 100th battle in a row of doing pretty much the exact same setup and the exact same strategy with slightly different units, I couldn't even give myself to think about it tactically anymore. I was losing the ability to think strategically because of how dulled I was to the whole experience. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. This has been The Lore Runner Has No Taste in Games. Alright, give you a shield. Boop. Do I like Mario Maker? Mario Maker 1 wasn't what I would call particularly interesting. Mario Maker 2 was a lot more interesting. Hang on a second. Yeah, just double-checking something. Mario Maker 2 did a whole lot right. And it's an awesome, awesome thing for what it is. Really. I highly recommend it for anybody wanting to learn about how platform design works. The problem with Mario Maker is that, once again, there's just not a lot of meat on its bones. I got bored of Mario Maker 2 inside of, I want to say about a day. Because I did the campaign, I did people's random maps, and then I made a few maps of my own. And then I was done. You know? It's pretty much the exact same problem I have with Minecraft. Minecraft's a good game. I look forward to reviewing it someday. But, Minecraft is a game that I will be bored of inside of a day. Ask her. Go stab people, Ross. That's what you're supposed to do as a mage. So, rewrite question. After you change the emblem, what should you do next? Let's see. Those of you in chat, which character should Evo draw next from RFF4? Now, bonus points if you have any idea what I'm even talking about. I don't blame you if you don't. I'll continuously, endlessly plug the rewrites until the day I die. Kane. Rydia. Yep, both valid options. I don't like that guy. Oh, hang on. It's a song Etch doesn't like. Let me switch it up. There we go. Zand has already been drawn. Zand, the Cloud, Ark, Refia, Luneth, and Ingus have already been drawn and finalized. We're up to RFF4 now. Sid? That sounds like that one meme. I can prove I play Final Fantasy. Ask me a question only someone who plays Final Fantasy would know. Okay, which Final Fantasy what's a character from Final Fantasy? Sid! How are we doing? The Chosen. We slew one of the Chosen. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Shadow Hunter has found me. Oh no, it's the Shadow Hunter. I don't even know what that is. Palom Emporum. See you around, Warcraft. Good. We're probably not going to draw Palamemporum, honestly. I think we're going to push them down from main character status, along with Tella, Yong, and probably Edward, if I'm being honest. They'll be there. I already know their role in the story, but they're probably going down from main status. Although, I'll be 100% honest, I have no idea what I'm going to do with Palamemporum. I'll make up something, because that's what I do. Zemus, the only one who's been drawn from 4 is Cecil, so no. We have not drawn Zemus yet. It's okay, Bregwin. I'm sure Walker just hates me horribly. Almost as much as Warp Core hates me. Why do you hate me, Warp Core? Why do you hate me so? So I'm hearing Kane. Oh no, Zemus is totally going to be introduced in RFF3. I don't think we'll see him, maybe? I don't know, I haven't decided how post-credit scene I want to be with that. Oh, my back. Sorry, my back is still hurting from, well, frankly, from hauling water for several hours. Ooh. Yes. I mean, I don't want to spoil, but I can't wait until you see Zand. Or the Cloud. She has done a wonderful job with both of them. Speaking of evil cults. Thank you, Warp Core, very, very much. I will jot that down for STO, the Borderlands pre-sequel, and Alpha Centauri. Obliged. We slew the Shadowhunter, but the next logical script is to conscript the locals. It's been a strange journey. Thanks for helping me, Joey. I'll never forget. "10 years of peace follow." Hey, Jay in the Notebook. So far, I'm actually liking it. The narrative... I mean, okay, I'm not super sold on the narrative side of things. I'm not going to lie to you. But I am enjoying the gameplay. And I've already predicted this game is going to outscore XCOM 2. So, we'll see. Alright. Takoida's grandfather passed away. He died satisfied that his grandson embarked on a sunnier path. Aww. The open road brought many colorful folk to see Stoutnook. Old Grandrook would have loved to see it. With strong leather coming out of the tannery again, life became more pleasant for everyone. You don't realize how many things require leather until you can't get it. Yeah, tell me about it. Takoida went back to the Weaver Works to apprenticeship for a year. The murals he spun tended to play out their stories when nobody was looking. The vein's up and running again. When I grew up, you could see the mill's sails from anywhere in the valley. Oh, hang on. We're no longer in the cult thing. Hang on. Let's go back to the overworld passing of time music here. Give me a sec to double check on my end, Warp Core. Kane seems to be the consensus, which means we now need to describe Kane as a character, which will be difficult because I haven't decided what Kane's character is yet. But give me one moment. I'm checking a financial thing. Yeah, he's a Dragoon. He is intended to be a bit of a flip for Cecil. So give me a sec. I only see the one, Warp Core. 12:54 p.m. And 41 seconds. $20. Yeah, I don't see the second one. Keep an eye on it though for me, would you? I'll try to do the same. Hang on. So let me talk about Kane after I finish reading this. So Nirazaz transforms into an even more shadowy creature than he already was. Kane is a deeply flawed, dark, and twisted person who regularly participates in the darkest of arts, making black licorice. Oh my god, he can't wield weapons anymore. Oh my god. With 2 monster arms, he can't wield weapons anymore. I didn't realize that. Okay. Well, what do we got here? We get anything good? That's really the question. That's a hard no. Can we get armor for anybody? Nope. Nope. Alright. Next. There's more like this the further we go. Only the crows are pleased, singing to the smell of burnt homes and burnt flesh. Fix up this old cottage. Who's shouting? Ross, how's it been? It's been a year since I left for Town Lizard. Feels like longer. Guy, you can see you've got some books on hand. Who's this? I'm from Town Lizard. Her husband and kids are with her cousin on nearby farm. I brought you because it's the cultists! Very normal cultist music here. Kid's okay. I had to move the whole family, though. We should lend a hand. We should help. You can't save everyone. You hear there's a mother crying outside? Fine, I'll join your party. God. Don't clip that. Alright, so. Right. Oh, you know what? You know what? I haven't bought the new soundtrack yet. I need to do that. But, for the moment, we'll do the Poor Man's soundtrack. No, not that one. Sorry, what was that, Blade Duval? I can't hear you over how extremely different this is. I wonder if Shimamura arranged this or not. Hey, Mr. Red. Pizzas! I demand pictures. You don't actually have to get pictures. Well, just to do an immediate comparison. Hey, Maverick, how ye be? Yeah, there's actual layers, too. That is to say, there are more layers in the new version. Okay. Should I listen to my favorite SMRPG song and see how different it sounds? Because I haven't. I haven't listened to the new stuff. I don't need to do a comparison. I know this song by heart. So, let's see what it sounds like. Immediately different. in this event before. It's different, and I don't think it's better, but I still think it's good. Hang on, I was asked to check the booster song. Give me a sec. So we'll do both of them. First, the elevator music. Hi, Luna Ruth. I've stopped reading out loud. It is really, really hard to parse. What can I say? Oh, right, you're a melee now, Nerazaz. Because you've got claws. You also heal for killing things now, so that's cool. I said we were going full melee this round, I just didn't realize how much I meant it. Good afternoon, Dark Prince Revan, if I didn't say it already. Sorry, I'm so distracted. God damn it, Warcraft Code. Stop giving me money. Quit it. Quit it. If you donated for Starfield, I'm going to refund that right now. So this is a really good mix. Hi, Magister. This is a really good mix. It does what I love most about a mix. It takes the original, and then it also plays with it. You know, it feels more like a remake of the song, to use my own terminology. So I'm completely down for that. Let's hear what the second booster song sounds like, shall we? Yeah. Don't clip that either. You know, this is straight up swing. And as expected, there's a second approach. Sorry, man. You paid the tip. Now you're getting the top. Thank you, the Warcraft Code, very, very much. I do always appreciate. Thank you very much. You didn't put it towards anything, by the way. So, you don't know this Warcraft Code. I don't think Judo Joker know this either, but I started this day wanting to quit. And it's just kind of interesting timing. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I do appreciate y'all. I may not know how to properly enumerate it. But I appreciate y'all. Okay, so hang on. Let me catch up a little bit here. Because Evo's waiting on me. Sitting over there. She's just sitting there thinking, I hate him. I hate him so much. So, the reason we're not funding Starfield is because Starfield is funded. Like, we're playing it probably inside of a month, I'd say. I am screwing with Evo a little bit. Oh no, just quit. I'm out. Peace, you know. This has been an extraordinarily discouraging, and I want to use that word specifically, a discouraging day. Night, actually, night and day. Again, the cat video really didn't help my mood any. I noticed there's a lot less enemies, by the way, in easy mode. Have you noticed that? Let's give that to Ross. Yeah, we've seen this before. Yeah, less enemies, tiny bit more experience. You know, ironically, it really should, Lunarith, because I've only ever put out one cat video in my entire life. So, Mr. Red asked a question. Use a lime on pizza. I like it, Mr. Red. Let's do it! Let's make lime pizza. What kind of pizza is it? Let me ask that. So we can make this happen. Sorry, Warcraft Code. We have to be true Italians about this. And make lime pizza. In all honesty, like, I don't know how your pizzas are coming, but if the meat comes separate, soaked lime meat is quite good. On pizza or otherwise. Now, if it's already part of the baked in, ignore me. Which leads to my other suggestion. Get some kind of meat. Get some kind of meat. Soak it in the lime juice. Cook it. Even just straight. It's great. I love it. That's interesting. If all else fails, maybe just put it in some kind of drink. I'm not that great at, Oh my god, Nero says is dating. It's the end of the world. Okay. That's confusing. That's true. If you want to salvage the lime and use it for anything, zesting it is a really good idea. So, you know, this is a trap. Yeah, I don't trust her. This is a trap. Yep. So, two lizard people hired an attractive woman to lure innocent men out to the woods so they could kill them. We happen to be the innocent men. Figured. Women, am I right? No, for real though, this just screamed trap. Yeah, I had to pause on the innocent part. Alright, Nero says, let's see these claws in action. Auto shred too. I do like auto shred. God damn it, Dark Breath's Riven. Oh wow, this song's still going. I didn't even notice. Apologies to anybody who doesn't like this kind of music. There's actually one other song I'd like to hear, if you'll forgive my indulgence. I like that. I imagine the chat could help. Oh, they're slavers! Oh, that's even better. Well, yeah, were. Slavers, past tense. Oh my god. Nero's Azkin just has more speed and the ability to move through scenery. Yes. I mean, viciousness is nice, +1 damage is nice, but +2 movement and the ability to ignore terrain. Although crippling is all... Oh god, all of these are good. I want all of these. We're gonna go with that. We're gonna go with that. She had dimples to quote it. Dimples! Ooh. Ooh. Oh, stop giving me good things! Once per turn, you refund an action point after a kill. Remember, he's a melee. +2 armor and +1 warning passive, which is great. Or +1 damage and scales twice as much with bonus damage and potency. I want all of that. We're going to go with this, because that's going to give us more deeps, and we want deeps. I want my deeps. What's another really good... Someone name a really good SMRPG song, please. For the, like, 3 of you who even know what that is. And know enough about the music to actually be able to pick out a song from it. The shadow monster goes forward. Animals love me. Oh god, that might be true. Because last campaign, we had awful level up options. Now you're rocking it, Nerzos. You did, however, get lured out by an attractive woman who tried to sell you out to slavers. The Kulix battle theme. That's not... The one that plays when Mario does the thing. Okay. Just for you, Bragon. I am glad the gym going is going well for you, by the way, Linero. Health is a weirdly rare thing, so I hope you have more of it. Moments where I hate humanity? Nah. Humans are cool. Moments where I hate the world? Absolutely. We... Okay. Yeah, I think we lost that dice roll. Yep, +3 injury. Cool. Anyways. Yeah, so I threw together a dumb 30-second video of someone else's cat. And yeah, it's kind of been exploding. With fake purring. That's important. What's really funny is at least some of the comments have been, oh, I thought you didn't like pets, but here you are, totally loving pets. And it's like, no. That's not what you're saying on screen. Yes, I can work over there. More views, more retention. It was kind of an experiment, yeah. No. I'm in the middle of doing this. Just kill him. Just kill him. Anyways, point being, life sucks, and I wish I was dead. So, Evo, I think I have kept you waiting for entirely too long. And I think I'm caught up on all the stuff I was going to say. So, pain. Hang on. Let's, what's a good song for Kane? I mean, I've known Pocket since he was born. That's not really nothing new. What's a good song for Kane? So, there we go. It's okay, I'm gonna cross the street right now. And thus did the lore walker finally die. The way he lived. Stupidly. I'll keep an eye on it just in case, Warpcore. I'm pretty good about that. But I did take a drink earlier, but just for you. Kane. I'm pretty sure, and this is something that's not set in stone, but I'm pretty sure we wanted Kane to be one of the children of Baron who grew up in the relative poverty and with regular hunger as being part of the citizenry of Baron. Naturally, he decided to do what a lot of kids his age did, and he signed up in the military in order to try and avoid that particular problem. Because, you know, what else are you going to do, right? Hang on, why don't we just get this going? There we go. There we go. So he signed up with the military to have food. As a direct consequence, he has a lot of kind of built-in loyalty to the Baronian military forces, etc. Mostly the military, not really the kingdom itself in the strictest sense. Dakota, I really want you up there. When Baron starts getting, you know, worse, let's do this. Skull Claver. I like it. Let's do it. I apparently cannot play this game while talking. Kane has a lot of built-in loyalty to Baron, and so when Baron started to get worse and worse, he just kind of started going along with it, because of course he did. This is the organization that gave him belonging and a place and food, and allowed him to feed his parents. So, obviously this is the kind of thing that it's going to take a lot more than usual to kind of overcome. Cain is not a bad person, however, not by any measure. He's just a lot more mercenary than someone like Cecil. Cecil is a very, very good person at a soul. Cain is a lot more pragmatic. Now, when the raids really start to get, especially the big raid, the one on Nicaea, that's the one that's really going to make him go, okay, hold up. And he is going to encounter someone there named Edge, who is a member of the Cetra. This is important because he and Edge have a lengthy conversation. There's probably going to be a boss fight here. And it boils down to the idea that Cain agrees something's up, right? Baron becoming a marauding power honestly makes a degree of sense. But they've been drifting out of that, right? Rather than just marauding a spot and then moving on, or only taking as much as they need, or whatever. They've been kind of rampantly attacking people they shouldn't, taking more than they should, and accepting losses that they shouldn't. So Cain thinks something is up, Edge agrees, and the two of them kind of agree to sort of infiltrate and figure out what they can. So Cain agrees to be the inside factor. He's going to be the person who stays inside Baron to try and figure out what's going on and work against Baron from within. So he's going to be doing a lot more of the morally questionable stuff, while Cecil's going to be off fighting the good fight. As a result of that, Cain is going to be the one, almost assuredly, this is not locked in stone, who's going to figure out what the hell is going on with the Entelekis, and is also going to figure out the first few strands that lead to eventually unveiling Zemus and his role in things. Past that, I haven't really decided much as far as personality. If you want to jump in and tell me how stupid and dumb I am, Evo, I'm listening. I do like being told that. Here, watch. I bet if I pull up my comment section right now, I probably have a comment telling me how dumb and stupid I am. What do you want about? What do you want about? Let's see here. I was right, by the way. It's a long comment. Weapons. So he's a Dragoon. Dragoons wear medium armor, I think is what I would call that. And so, is this a little bit loud? It's like 5%. It's still a little bit loud. There's an FF game with more than one Enteleki? Yes, there is RFF1. Which just proves that Lunarith never actually watched that. Not that I blame her. He is a Dragoon. He wears medium armor. So, like, mail, leather, plated. He needs mobility, but he needs some kind of protection, so he's not in cloth. And he wields a spear. I'm going to be very vague about that on purpose, because there's lots of different types of spears and lots of different types of ways. I trust you, and so I'm going to let you decide exactly what type of spear he wields. But he's probably, at this point in his life, how old did I tell you Cecil was? I legitimately don't remember. I know he's pretty young. But I need you to tell me the specifics. Cecil's 20. In that case, Cain is probably either 20 or 19. He's just a little bit younger than Cain. Jesus, near his ass. Just shredding everybody up there. I've always had the inverse problem with Lunarith. I was talking about that to my sister recently. I can't stand the sound of my voice right now, so I kind of mentally block it out. I don't mind the sound of my voice when I'm voice acting. It's very strange. Because from what I understand, it's usually the reverse of that. Let's go with Shield Share. That's a good one. It's like 3 paragraphs, Warcraft Code. I'm not going to read that out. Let's give that to you. It's too late for me. Adventure's been stirred into my blood. Thank you, Spartan. I'm nervous about RFF3 because no to all three Evo. Although he is a native born of Baron, he was born in the mountains. So probably kind of Scandinavian-ish in terms of visual appearance. Pretty much the same as Cecil, honestly. So I'm nervous about RFF3 because RFF1 and RFF2 were both honestly pretty well following the events of the original games. 3 is going to drastically tilt off of the original story. 3 was actually really difficult for me when I was just sitting down the outline. Some of the people who are in the writer's room remember this, because 3 doesn't really have a plot in the strictest sense of the word. 3 has nothing to anchor to, nothing to adhere itself to. It's just random events happening randomly to random people. So it's kind of, okay, you know. So I obviously had to cohese it a little bit, and that took some time. And I give you some spoilers. So you are probably aware of this, but just in case anybody isn't, when I'm designing the RFF stories, I am also thinking about the gameplay at the same time, because I do eventually someday want to turn these into video games, because I'm a loser. The reason I bring that up, though, is because there will be no combat in RFF3. No, Linerith. The first Entelechy in FF history was the one in FF14. Let's go into this. Point-and-click adventure. No, I think puzzle game is probably the closest to what I'm picturing. So picture this. You have a situation that's played out, and something that looks a lot like a combat interface is going to be popped up, and you have each of your party members, and I've already kind of described the combat, but the idea here is you have to find the right combination of things to make things happen in the right way. So you are, no, Spartan. So you have the jobs which you gain from the crystals as a part of the, oh god, I have a name for it. What's the name? Sorry, 1 second, please. Here we go. The disharmonic cycle plan. That's what I called it. Sorry. So the crystals, which are part of the disharmonic cycle plan, they activate without any real issue, and as a consequence, imbue them with knowledge and power similar to the jobs system from the original FF3. Each job, the way combat is going to work, is going to be at the beginning of the stage, at the beginning of like combat, you decide, you get 3 actions, okay? You decide your first action, your second action, your third action, and you could be like fighter, 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 or fighter, mage, hunter, or mage, hunter, fighter, or whatever. Any combination of any of the jobs you have access to. And the way the system works is the action you take depends on which class you put where. So the example I always come up with is, let's say if you were a black mage, for example, you would do fire, ice, lightning, okay? And if you're a fighter, you do attack, taunt, and cover, okay? So that means if you do black mage, knight, it will be fire, ice, and then cover. Make sense? And that's the combo system, and that's how you decide your turn order. Oof. And how this goes changes how events go. But like I said, it's kind of puzzly. So that's the first thing I wanted to tell you, Spartan. Obviously, that's going to be how we do the job system. Spoilery thing. So based on that, there is technically one fight in the entire game. There's actually two, but let's not get into that. And that is against Zand, who is not the final boss, of course. But we need to make Zand... I'm debating how much of this I want to spoil. I don't know, what do you guys think? How much should I spoil here? Should I turbo spoil or should I spoil nothing? And there's nothing in between. It's all or nothing. Let's just say Zand is going to be a character... I could say this with only kind of spoiling. Zand is going to be a character in FF3, and FF4, and FF5, and probably FF7. Let's put it to you that way. I sure hope not, Lunarith. But it's okay, because the further and further we drift away from the original, well, frankly, the better it is for me. I don't mean in terms of story, I mean in terms of, like, visuals and presentation, all that fun stuff. The biggest problem is we're still using the original music. That's a problem that'll have to be solved someday. There's no real way around that, so for the moment, whatever. But in short, I'm not really concerned. If Square decides to come after dinky little insignificant me, someone whose RFF2 project is so inconsequential that literally a 30-second cat video performed better than it, then they've got other problems. I mean, we're not doing 14. We're stopping at 6, but still. Remember, you can't say sorry, and you can't ask if you can ask. These are the forbidden objects. The forbidden concepts of Tunaktar. Ooh. Oh my god. 3 armor and 2 warding. Yeah. Oh my god. Does this make my spear have 2 range? Does anybody know? Screw it. Let's do it. Let's test it. Yeah, I'll take the spell through. Blocking him. Uh-oh. It's a burning bird! We can put it back and it'll stop hugging my leg and setting my socks on fire. That's not a fire eagle, that's a fire chicken. They're pretty good in mushroom sauce with some leeks. Anyway, bye. Well, we have to keep the fire chicken. Come on. Advice for LFR tanking. Yeah, ignore chat. I'm being serious, by the way. take it. Yeah, stay alive. Ignore chat. I'm still chewing on your idea, by the way, Evo. Okay, we've seen this cutscene. So we'll take the same option we did last time. These jackasses. God, he has... Look at Nero's as his move. He could just be like... And then he can hit something. He's a frickin'... what's the sword guy from XCOM 2? I suddenly can't think of the name of. Yeah, oh my god, you're gonna make me Google this. XCOM 2, Sword Dude. Ranger! He's a ranger from XCOM 2. Unfortunately, Diabeepus doesn't have the range. Hang on. Jesus Christ, nope. That is straight up 2 squares away. Oh my god, that's crazy. Look at this. Watch, watch. Just Jedi attack there. I mean, apparently not. Diabetes. You're already stealthy. And you can attack from Halifar. God dang. So we've got one ranger, one ranged, and they're all melees. This is the weirdest party I've ever had. You know, I just noticed they don't have the scatter mechanic in this game, which is another way in which this is better than XCOM 2. You know what? Do me a favor. Let's talk about it later, even. That feels like something that needs to be an actual discussion. And not a... I mean, I guess we can talk about it now. If you've got nothing else to do. Lord knows I don't really have anything else to do. Boop, 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 boop. The doubly funny thing is, if I put up Sentinel with him, he'll just be like, that! God, his range on reactor attacks is stupid. Look at that! Look at that! Nope, I'm gonna make you decide. I know you have choice paralysis, and so I'm trying to, like, paralyze you as much as possible so I can eventually, like, vampire drain all of your artistic ability out of you. So I can finally draw worth it in. Excellent. Now give me your artistic skill. Oh wait, I gave you all my artistic skill. Shoot! Okay, sorry. Sorry. I gave you all my skill. My bad. You can now draw like a drunken monkey. Yeah, if you have negative artistic skill, then you have a superpower. No fry fritters? That sounds terrible. Oat onions aren't a meal. They're an ingredient, Evo. Alright, 64%. A good onion soup can hold its own against any other meal. Low and slow, that's the key. Does Ross kind of weird you out sometimes? And he ended up enjoying the onion soup, Evo. Sorry. You have to have onion soup now. It's the law. Let's, what do you have right now? Let's get you a fire spear, shall we? Jesus, there's a chosen right there. Alright, come on, go get a fire spear. Please. Yay. Yes, Darth Barris has arisen. Oh God, I don't remember what the actual name of the song is. Let's have you, body block. And you just stand here. No reason, Diabetes. Oh, God, I love that. That's so stupid. Oh my God. Right, he can attack multiple times per reaction. That's so stupid. Okay, we're cool. Cool. Die. Conversation, right? I guess we could have a conversation. Yes. I mean, I don't know why anybody want to conversate with me. Explain yourself, Evo. Why do you want to conversate with me? Hello? I mean, if you don't want to talk to me, Evo, you can say that. I'm not going to hold it against you. I mean, why would I? No, that's just the day talking. Remember, you have all that extra gear to defeat that voice, Evo. Like, all the gear. You gotta use it. Yeah, that's the other thing. Diabeepus has, like, no speed, but it doesn't matter. Because he could just be like, speaking of which, you go ahead and sentinel up over there. And I think he's got both of those, so I'm gonna leave him there. Meanwhile, my high-speed warrior, who's gonna cross the entire map over here. Aw, well, go take a sleeps then, Evo. I will miss you tonight, I'm not gonna lie. But, you need your sleeps. So remember, guilt-free. Guilt-free. Oh, he dodged. No. FF games that should have prequels. Okay. So let's focus on the original games and not the rewrites, because that's going to change that substantially. So, I would say that... 3 could use a prequel. 4 is a bit of a stretch, but I think you could make a prequel to 4 work. 5 could definitely use a prequel. 6 could use a prequel. Here, I'll stay hydrated just for you, even. 7 could use 2 prequels of varying quality. Yes, yes. 7 has 3 prequels, by the way. You ever think about that? 8 could absolutely use a prequel, even though it's baked into the game itself. 9, not so much. 10 could use a prequel. 10-2 has a prequel. 12... I don't think 12 really needs or could use a prequel. Yeah. Yeah, 12 needs an ending. Yeah. Cannot argue. And 13, no. That's not my disdain for 13 speaking there. Just 13 doesn't really have any need of a prequel. 14 does have a prequel in a really weird and awkward way, but it's true. Uh, 15... I could see a 15 prequel working, but I wouldn't seek it out. Oh yeah, that's a good point. 15, I forgot about the movie. 15 does have a prequel. I was thinking more like the original Time with Arden. Okay, oh, I've seen this one. I must interfuse with the past. And Ross is now... Okay, thank God. I thought that was a spider for a second. It's just eldritch abominations from beyond the grave. Thank God. I don't know enough about 16 to comment on that one. Listen, Linareth, this moron who's been dying constantly against every enemy in the game, they're very cunning, okay? They're so cunning. Oh my God, that range! Although I think it's better for him to react rather than try to attack. Because he gets multiple attacks for reacts. Now, if I get him to get the thing where he goes into react mode, even if he attacks, oh, that's going to be great. Okay. By the way, best song in FF4. Sorry. Oh, I forgot to do it again. We can salvage a torch into spell thread. So yeah, this is one of our previous adventurers. I recognized her earlier. So yeah, sure. Join the party. Why not? Let's take Ignite and Ignite. One of my favorite combos in the whole friggin' game. Uh-oh, final boss time. I guess it's not really a combo, is it? It's just Ignite and also Ignite. Mega Ignite, maybe? Ultra Ignite? I don't know. How do you like potatoes? Cooked? Cooked is great. What is this, Dragon Quest, Pillars of Snow? Everyone here is so wholesome. Yeah, this is a trap. They're all here to kill us. Okay, that's kind of cute. I'm going to read that part out loud. So, why is everyone so wholesome here? I was ready to throw up my hands and leave my villagers to chew their own bones, but suddenly, you give everyone a common enemy, and it's striking how quickly they come together. Oh, so you're saying you want us to leave you some of the drobbing? No! I miss beds, and wells, and locked doors. You know what a full-time job it is keeping these fat possums out of the food sacks? I'm not getting excited yet, though. Oh, sorry, that's it. I thought that was funny. What do you think? Salvage or build? Why would you say that, Lunarith? Ignore the fact that I haven't commented at all. Of course I think that Barris is one of the better written Darths in Star Wars. How many positives did I give him during the lore, during the lore run? I think Barris got more positives than, like, any other individual character in that particular run. Agent was an extremely well-written campaign, but didn't have anyone who was just as well-written of a character as Barris was. Thanaton was good, but mostly good in the preciseness of how he was written. Thanaton was like the inverse of Barris. Oh, absolutely, Pillars of Snow. Sarcastic comments about Darth's dying. When did I say that, and what did I say? Because I have no memory of that. And this was my throwaway line, which I don't even remember what I said. Like I said, a throwaway line? Let's build a new one. Well, anyways, that's terrifying. I'm going to pretend that never happened. No, for real. I feel like I said some random throwaway line while I was trying to read, and I don't remember what it was. So I apologize. It was absolutely not in reaction to anything you were saying. Yes, I think Barris is a very well-written character, and probably one of the smarter Sith. In truth, he was always in completely over his head, but he had no way of knowing that. So, he was doomed from the start, but he probably came closer than anybody else. Let's do this, over to the side. Yeah, but I mean, the moment, you know, Valkorion showed up, that would have been the end of that. Stab. Stab. Diabetes. He would have died happy. And successful. Yeah, honestly, if Barris had retained the loyalty of the Sith Warrior, he might have actually won. Like, won. Imagine us going after Valkorion on behalf of Barris. We're gonna go with that. Yeah, let's give Diabetes even more crit chance than he already has. let's call the town Wildermyth. Give that to her. For obvious reasons. Hey, Jay Palmer. The film? I am familiar with what happens in it, but I have not watched the film. No. Oh my god, it's on the minimap. Yeah, so yeah, see? Wildermyth. Build you a bridge, Wildermyth. I think there's something about the MMO format that allows them to write such good stories compared to the mainline stuff. No. Aw, have fun, Wildermyth. Even though she's gone, I will continue to answer her question, because it's an interesting talking point. You know, why is it that several MMOs, quite a few actually, have really, really solid story axes? The problem is, it's the same reason why some of the best story games out there are really, really long games. It's because more time does equal more opportunity to do good, right? We've talked about this before. It usually doesn't work out that way because more time also means more time to squander. You still have to actually do something with your time. But if you make a 100-hour game and you somehow nail it every single hour of that game, you've got a really, really solid game, right? And the more you tack onto that, the more opportunity you have to do well or to screw up. So, you know, games like FF14 or WoW or Tor or STO even have a whole lot of really, really good story because they can spend as much time as they want fleshing it out. And, you know, they nailed it more than they failed it. Sure. Anybody want to be a frying pan wielding bookish greed wagon? What is a greed wagon? I don't know what that means. I'm running into a terminology wall here. Well, by rules, J. Palmer is it, so I need 4 colors, J. Palmer. White skin, you got it. Dark brown hair. Green, it's just started green. And blue. Nope, you said white skin, it's done! Commit! Okay, there we go. All of the families in town are abandoning their homes and their money to a priest. Remember, this is the cultist arc. People are either frightened of where they're going or don't know where they're going. And then there's J. Palmer. You can tell because he shines. Anytime a little sunlight gets on him, just... You're the ones asking about the cultist, aren't you? Have we spoken to him yet? I'm J. Palmer. I'm from here. You want to know why my folks won't give you all the facts? You gotta do something about it? Alright, well, thing is, there's always a lot of pride. Our kind of folk are strong, wise, caked in good earth and rich in laughter. That's the town lizard I grew up in. I was a kid, and I knew it would last forever. Bonfires in autumn, spring dances, feast at wintertide, and midsummer. Anyway. Times got tough. About 6 or 7 years ago, animals started disappearing. Homesteads on the outskirts burned. People got sick for no reason, and food died in the fields. Distrust. Why is this ending saying something? Yeah, this is the skin of a farmer. So this preaching woman comes through. She seems to know all the answers, every ailment. She's a savior. And folks, especially young folk, want to follow her. We're all too proud to say anything, to do anything. We see what's happening, but we don't want to admit to ourselves that we've been taken for fools. So we gotta go find these people. So, Jay Palmer's gonna join as a warrior. I said this is the warrior cast. Yeah, apparently we pissed off a druid. Vigilance. And once again, we have swept. Without really meaning to. No, Jay Palmer. Oh, yeah, we've got Diabeepus and Jay Palmer right next to each other. Perfect. Honest opinion of the current state of Star Wars. It's actually not the one I want. Hang on. Where's the original one? No, not the remastered. The original. There we go. Ah! Okay, I've seen this one before. You can forget the urn on accident. That's funny. Wait. Brushing on the map. Brushing on the map. Brushing. Well, I don't even see the word brushing in the document. I'm afraid I don't actually know what you're talking about. Oh, sweeping. I swept. You have a dungeon. It has 10 rooms. Your goal is to get to this room, so you could just go to that room and be done, or you could sweep it, which means you do everything there. Sense make? Sweeping kind of means exactly what it sounds like. It's when you do all the things. If you're fighting an enemy force and you destroy the entire enemy force, you have swept them. Oh, that's... I'm pretty sure I get that term from Pokemon, but I've heard it used in several other contexts as well. Fire chicken. So, thoughts on the current opinion of Star Wars? Replace it with Star Wars. Yes! Get that man a new yacht. Jay Palmer, I'm buying you a new yacht. Speaking of which, here, have a new axe to go with your new yacht. Oh my god, Dakoita now also has additional range. I'll be right back. I'm still thinking about that. Yes, give me... I do apologize. The problem is I can't give you a one-sentence answer, Nero's Vest, because I think Star Wars is in kind of a weird place right now. It would be easy to say, Star Wars sucks! Or, Star Wars is the greatest thing ever, but neither of those things are true, you know? I wonder. Oh yeah, there's the music I wanted. So, I feel like, from a show perspective, they've been doing things pretty much the way that I think that they should. And I know that's going to raise some hackles. But the reason I mean that is one of the things I have been in favor of for a long time and have been proven correct about many times is that the shotgun approach, as I like to call it, is a good approach when it comes to an IP. Rather than just sitting on it or only releasing like one or two things very, very, very rarely and trying to artificially boost the brand, so to speak, but instead going and letting a whole bunch of things, try out a whole bunch of things. We'll get some stinkers, like Boba Fett, and we'll get some awesomes, like Andor. That's the trade-off. That's the consequence. Now, that's just my opinion. But you'll notice I say that specifically with regards to the shows. Now, yes, Crazy Norse. We're actually in Chapter 2 of the third campaign. Movie-wise, it's harder to explain what my opinion on movies. Actually, from what I've heard, Obi-Wan is the worst of the recent shows, but I haven't actually seen Obi-Wan. So movies in general are in a bad place here in the United States, like in a really bad place. So they kind of did a shotgun approach to movies, and then they rather abruptly stopped, even though the movies were making money. Like, for all the hackles that people raise up about the sequel trilogy, the fact is they made bank. So, you know, it's kind of like okay, kind of a situation. Having said that, and this is purely my opinion, you know what I just said about how I approve of doing, just taking your time, or shotgunning, doing the opposite of taking your time and shotgunning shows all over the place? I think they should do the opposite of that with movies. I really feel like Star Wars movies should be an event. That a Star Wars film coming out should be a big deal. And it should have the kind of impact inherent there, too. I know that sounds very strange, and I don't really have a good way to explain it, but I bet several of you know exactly what I mean without me being able to put it into words. A Star Wars film should be an event. It should be a cultural milestone. It shouldn't be another film. My opinion. The priestess stands tall and stares, her silver eyes aglow. Her small army clangs its weapon and mutters. She's important, she's far down the path. You come and interfere with the will of the prophet's son lovers. You murder his disciples, debauch the soil, turn your faces from what is stone. Here and now, I forbid you from ever descending. You'll never know the warmth that lies below. Acolytes, the who have been awakened to the deep truth, extinguish these star-led murderers. Boss time. No, exactly, Nero's S. That's the other thing. So, the other layer here isn't just, like, a cultural vague mindset, but... I mean, boo-hoo, Crazy Horse. And that's my honest opinion of that, by the way. Hang on, let me get some boss music going on here. So, I really feel... I shouldn't do that. I'm sorry. Hang on. I actually think I still have the boss. Yeah, I have the boss playlist up. Let's pull up some boss music. Sure. That's a bit loud. I guess it's a boss song. Movies should be the foundation for everything else, right? You come out with a movie, one movie, and this provides a launching point for books, for games, for shows, for merchandise, but it all anchors back to this, right? This is actually a proven format that actually has worked many times, and every time someone tries to screw with that format, it messes up horribly. I can actually cite a specific example of this. Back in the day, Marvel Comics were not making money. This is a while ago. This is back in like the 70s and 80s. But Marvel Comics were a huge net negative in terms of finances. Kind of like, random example, YouTube. Now the thing is, several executives tried to, for lack of a better way to put it, axe the comics because they just weren't making money. And from a completely surface level perspective, that makes sense, right? This part of the business isn't doing well, therefore we will axe it. But that is a surface level perspective, because what actually needs to be done in a situation like that is you need to think about what's going on here. The comics were providing the baseboard, the foundation, the bricks, for lack of a better put it, for everything else. Everything else that they were doing was actually making money. And it was only making money because of the comics. The moment they tried to pull back on the comics, guess what happened? Funnily enough, Disney themselves have been going through this exact same process with Star Wars. Now, Lord knows Star Wars is still making money in several respects, but they have certainly been falling apart in several ways because they fell back from this particular approach. I don't know what to call it. I'm sure there's a proper term for it, but the establish a framework approach and then use that to make other things approach is a proven method that has worked many times over many years, including, I feel like adding, with Star Wars. God, Diabetes. You're just a machine. So, while I'm okay with them shotgunning shows, I guess it is loss leading, isn't it, Pillars of No? While I'm okay with them shotgunning shows, I think they need to be more careful with movies. Books, by all means. Just go nuts with books. That's honestly always been Star Wars. I don't really feel the need for that to change anytime soon. Oh, I'm almost positive that someone at Disney has noticed the same thing that I am telling you now, and has decided to back away from their previous method of shotgunning movies. Remember how many movies they did have announced? There's a whole lot more than one, and now we're back down to one. Actually, I think we're down to two, but whatever. Point remaining. This is a weird boss on. Let's move on. There we go. Almost assuredly, J. Palmer. Everything I'm telling you is not exactly unknown. You know, like this isn't some big revelation. You can just attack over terrain now. Good afternoon, Loke. That itches. Nice. Shotgunning does lead mostly to crap. That's a very valid perspective. And you're right. It does. If I can defend myself, though, it's because I'm stupid and worthless. But the second defense I have, in my experience, and this is admittedly kind of pulling from pre-existing situations, the big benefit of shotgunning is that it kills the boss in like 2 rounds. The big benefit of shotgunning is that it lowers the barrier to entry, which means you are more likely to get interesting, unique, or for that matter, good stuff, right? A good example of this is actually, honestly, the Star Wars games. You know, the, like, overwhelming amount of crap Star Wars games that came out around the prequel era. You remember that? Well, I remember that, and most of it sucked. Well, we got a couple of really cool ones. Like, here and there, we got some games that I still enjoy to this very day. And that wouldn't have happened if not for that shotgunning approach. Does that make sense? Now, to be very clear, shotgunning only works if you're doing it with other studios. If you allow other people... Yes, exactly, Dave Palmer. If you allow other people to do the shotgunning for you. If one studio is trying to shove out tons and tons of crap, then it's going to be tons and tons of crap. But if you allow other people to get involved, we get things like this, the Visions story, or the aforementioned Andor. Anyway, so we have killed the boss for the mid-chapter thing here. Also true, Nero's S. You're absolutely right. Because the stuff that sells can be a bit of a pull in its own way. You're going to lose some money and you're going to lose some interest, and there is always that problem with the interconnected problem, which is a problem. I admit it doesn't bother me personally, but I would be foolish to not acknowledge that it's a problem. And the other problem is it runs into the saturation issue, which is also something I don't suffer from personally. But I have heard more than a few people say they're just tired of Star Wars. You know, to use or tired of the MCU, to use another recent example. That is a one-handed sword, isn't it? Damn. Let's give that to you. Yes. I'm gonna blow an LP. Give me something better. Sentinel interrupts enemy movement. Oh my god. Well, you'd think it would be Crazy Norse, but it actually isn't. It should be worse, but it isn't. Legacy points. You earn them by completing chapters and accomplishing side objectives. Yeah, let's go and grab Sentinel. That is a good one. The Seeker falls, her army stills. This is too quiet. Let's go up here. Good question, Rosaz. And that's another one of... It's like the Metzen thing with Warcraft, right? I know some of you don't know what I mean by that, but it's a very interesting thing where someone we trust more has taken over, and whether or not they'll do better or worse than the previous ruler, previous people in charge, is still a question mark. We won't really know for several years. All right, let's see. Hang on, Pillars of Snow just shared their tier list for FF. Let's see. So FF9, okay. FF16, don't know it. FF14, okay. FF12, all right, you're fired. All right, we're good. Moving on. Yeah, Dave Filoni is actually in charge of wars now. That is true. The speaker falls. They make no cries. They rush away. Joa douses the fire, but the shroud lingers. She's dead. We were hoping to get answers from her. Too many wasted lives. Trying to be rid of their misery. They made the same bargain I made, only no one was there to save them. It was good as gone when they woke from their oaths. We need to find a way to stop it. We must stop the cult! In 11 years. No, I think you're right, Pillars of Snow. Which leads me neatly into Crazy Norse's answer. So Crazy Norse says, why is the interconnectivity problem not worse? I'm going to use a specific example. This is just one example, but I think it makes things... I probably did say that. I'm pretty tired right now. I apologize, Nozos. 11 years of peace would be really legit right now in real life. So, focus. Specific example that'll explain how the MCU isn't interconnected. I can actually use two examples, but I'm going to use the one that pisses me off the most. So there's a show called WandaVision, okay? It's a great show. I recommend it. Then there's a movie called Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, which is a garbage film, which I don't recommend at all. Now, what should happen is the events of WandaVision should naturally flow into and then be followed through on in the film, as if they were interconnected, because WandaVision is functionally a prequel to Multiverse of Madness. This is, however, not what is true. Instead, the only thing that's true is that the writer of Multiverse of Madness was, to put this as nicely as I possibly can, effectively told a brief summary outline of the events of the show and then told to go run with it. So the creators didn't bother to interconnect things, so they're worse. Make sense? This is something I'm rather familiar with. It's one of the reasons why I have to constantly remind some people that I'm not in favor of continuity. I am in favor of good continuity. For those of you who wonder why I get so pissed off when Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X are connected, it's because it's dumb. I don't agree with that, 040, but then again, I'm going to once again spit venom at that film, because that film sucks. I hate that film. I saw that film in the theaters, and I'm still pissed about it to this very day. So, bad continuity. And yeah, that's the MCU in a nutshell, right there. Here's another little example. No judgment if you like the film Eternals. Eternals is cool, or bad, or in between. Doesn't matter. What does matter is... I don't have a way to explain this without spoiling. A large-scale event happens. The kind of thing that everybody on the entirety of planet Earth would be aware of. And I do mean everybody would be aware of this. So, big, huge, world-changing event. Has it even been referenced since then? It's the kind of thing that you could use as a launching point for like every other story after it. Never even brought up. Nobody notices. Nobody cares. And this is my overall point. I think apparently it was referenced in She-Hulk. I apologize. I missed that one. I have my own opinions on that show. Mostly the ending. This is why I think 040 and I are actually on the same board. Because the problem, my opinion, is not that, for example, that the multiverse and that WandaVision were connected. It's that they were connected badly. It's that someone somewhere said, we have to have continuity, connect the lines.
and nobody bothered to do their freaking job. So instead what we got is arguably worse because of the bad continuity. Because, yes? Okay. Thank you. Because the bad continuity actually detracts from the story. We've already covered this kind of thing with regards to the video game reviews. External continuity, which is what that boils down to, can be a positive, but it can also be a negative. So you do it worse, or you do it bad, and it actually makes everything worse than if you didn't do it at all. And that is my overall opinion on that matter. And I point this out because part of the problem is that a lot of writers don't want to do side stories. They don't want to do jigsaw stories. They don't want to do a story that can be slotted in or out of things. They want to do big stories. They want to have impacting, gigantic, world-affecting events. They want Picard to experience an entire lifetime in the space of 30 minutes. They want Picard to die and come back from the dead. They want Picard to be assimilated by the Borg. They want... sorry. You know what I'm talking about. This is an old problem. Writers don't want to write an everyday story. They want every story they do to be big and huge and giant and fantastic. And so as a result... this cropped up a lot in the Star Wars EU, for example. So as a result, there's the interconnectivity kind of naturally becomes worse simply because of the fact that these gigantic, huge, impacting events keep happening that are never really referenced again. Or worse, become mandatory reading material going forwards. Again, the Eternals with the giant world-altering event. They wanted to have the entire world be at stake and the death of all humanity. And it's like, okay, and it never comes up again, right? And yeah, there's a reason we make fun of super weapons in Star Wars, right? There's always got to be this giant super weapon again. It's just, moving on. I apologize for the diatribe. So, let's see what happened in our 11 years of peace, shall we? That would actually be funny, Pillars of Snow. Yeah, Kang is the enemy. Who? The guy who didn't just nearly destroy the planet. I will give you, by the way, Hawkeye. That's actually kind of a good example of what I'm talking about. Honestly, as weird as this sounds, Shadows of the Empire was not a bad example of what I'm talking about. In the good way. Shadows of the Empire was certainly not an insignificant novel, but it was kind of plug and play, right? You don't really miss out if you didn't read Shadows of the Empire. It didn't completely alter the scene forever. It didn't change the fabric of reality or destroy the universe or kill the major characters. It was just another adventure that the characters went through over the course of their time in between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. And it filled in some holes. Cool. With it. It hit that perfect sweet spot of it's optional, but if you do read it, your overall enjoyment goes up. My opinion. Now, there's not a lot of, like, I'm actually struggling to think of another example of that, but that should probably be the ideal, and you should probably save the big setting-changing stuff for, like, occasionally. Like, okay, you. I point to J. Palmer. You! Wait, no, hang on. Desperado Joe, because it's his birthday. Happy birthday. You get to do one big setting-changing thing. Bam! And then we'll adapt to it, I'm getting off topic. Diabeepus and his fire chicken found themselves unsuited to a life of farming, but ideally positioned to ease the burden of an aging blacksmith. Diabeepus disappeared after a few months about grumbling something about a two-faced skunk owing him an explanation. Upon his return, he seemed satisfied. Ooh, red velvet cake. Takoida took up with a soft-hearted lady who lived at the edge of Pixie Mel. One would patch the roof, one would weed the garden, and Takoida marveled at how fulfilled he felt by her side. Joa tried to take Nero's shopping. Plus they give a We Be Cheap a great discount. But I like the clothes I have. How many days straight have you worn the thing? Hey, I wash it.
There are many ways to create a shrine, but We Be Cheap started by putting offerings and waiting to see who showed up. You know what they say about spirits, you don't choose them, they choose you. Peace survived for a precious while, guarded by those who walked the hills and roads. But towns continued to tense and shrink, homes lost their families, and all manner of things were found abandoned. Where were people going? For all those years, it was like wading below decks in a voyage to nowhere. Who can weigh the ballast of so many troubled hearts? They rode the sea of uncertain times as best they could. Let's see, we can advance her transformation to have 2 legs now. Let's do it. Can I afford a new spear for Diabepus? I can. Oh man, yeah, let's give him the AoE Ultra Fire Spear. Yeah. Alright, we're good. We're good for the rest of the adventure. Diabepus has a Fire Spear. I am sorry it took you that long to get all that fixed, Desperado Joe. I do hope you've been enjoying yourself as best as you're able in the interim. She had 1 leg before, now she has 2. Hopefully. Looks like I'm out of resources. Well, not quite. I could afford another spear. And I do have 1 other spear wielder in the form of Ross. Sure. And, God, we have a lot of fabric. Look at all that crap. Do we have any ingots? We do not have a lot of ingots this time around, so not a lot of armor. The night went normally for Diabepus, who snuffed his candle at 9, found his bed, tricked himself to sleep. Diabepus! Diabepus, wake up. You in there? The morning wasn't quite so routine. Getting too old for this. They came all over. Joe's making a stand by the well. House you can burn down if you like. I'll be away a long time. Okay. Are we going right into battle? We are going right into battle. Holy crap. Let's do it. Okay. Looks like there's a couple of spawner points, too. Let's... Let's see what this new Thunderstomp does, shall we? Nothing, because they both blocked and dodged. Oh, okay. Run. Alright, Nerazaz. Oh my god. Okay, where's Diabepus? He's way over there. Oh, jeez. Okay. Alright, let's start working this crap over, shall we? Gotta deal with some of the far flanking stuff. J. Palmer, just get to the battlefield, please. Hey, Sean, how ye be? Ross, I need you to stab people. Can you stab people, please? Thank you. Single stupidest individual Warcraft who is not the janitor. I shouldn't say that. That's insulting. Janitor is like a well-respected profession that I have a lot of, respect for. So, the jailer. So, the second stupidest character in Warcraft. Oof! Okay, that hurt. What the hell? Oh, God, and we're already fighting a boss mob, too? Oh, Jesus. Okay, okay. Those two. Ignite Plus is amazing. Fresh reminder. Honestly, just kind of start pushing through that thing, I think. Yeah, Greymaine's...
it almost feels unfair to call a badly written character stupid. You know? It's like calling Janeway stupid in Voyager. I mean, you could make the argument, but you could see why it feels inaccurate, right? Also, for being honest, the technical answer is probably some random demon of the week nobody's ever heard of, including me. Let's armor up with Nero's ass. Give him some armor up here. Diabeepus, just get to the front, would you? Get up here, get up, get up, get up, get up. Let's push you back to try and free up our flank. Let's see if we can do that. Yeah, exactly. Nero says, "You have discovered my secret identity." Yeah, those are probably the actual stupidest characters in Warcraft. But I know that's not what you asked. Second. Lady Ashvane. Now there's a moron. Yes, Darkrai. Now, how many of you even remember Lady Ashvane? But no, she's a moderate character. She's not a complete unknown. And she is very stupid. Yes, Jay Palmer. That's the problem. She was stupid enough to think she could ally with Ashara, already stupid, and changed her mind and allied with N'Zoth, much more stupid. And I don't mean in a I'm insane and crazy thing, in a I'm a moron kind of a way. Like, Lady Ashvane had a position of power and prominence, wealth and prestige, luxury and comfort, and she threw it all away to gain a slightly larger piece of the same pie she already had. And that was before she decided to sell out everything and everyone to an old god. I think she qualifies as pretty freaking stupid. Let's see if we can body block him with Nero's ass. Because he's kind of our tank anyways. Honestly, yeah, Pillars of Snow. We don't have a lot of nobles in Warcraft, so I guess we gotta take what we get. If I had to ally with an old god, I would choose Y'Shaarj, because he's dead. Or Cthulhu, because he's dead. Or Yogg-Saron, because he's dead. I'm feeling a trend here. Oh, if they're still alive. Okay, okay. Garrosh was actually very well written, stupid. He was actually another one I was considering for the stupidest. Because unlike Greymane, who's stupid because he's badly written and inconsistently written, Garrosh is stupid because he's well written. Which is kind of a weird thing, but, you know, whatever, whatever. Thrall...
I know I'm going to come across badly here, but I kind of don't care. Thrall, I also think, was well-written stupid. This is Kirby Star Allies, Macho DDD fight. Good way to put that, Pillars of Snow. But yeah, Thrall, let's be clear, Thrall's a moron. In the respects that he is a moron. And he is. Thrall... A lot of people misunderstood back in the day. I know it's more common knowledge now, but back in the day, a lot of people misunderstood that Thrall did not know what he was doing, and he screwed up a lot. And that was kind of the point. His screw-ups, his mistakes, his failures led to years and years of, well, war and death and frustration. So, thanks for that, Thrall. Like, he was never a good leader, even before he put Garrosh in charge. Very charismatic, good champion, like good hero. The kind of person who could get out there up front, in front of things. But he never should have been War Chief. Good night, TSP. Take care, man. Everyone should watch RFF2 just to see TSP's amazing voice acting. He voices Guy, and he does a fantastic job of it. Yeah, no, I would agree that Thrall makes a good commander because he cares a great deal about his people, and he's got a decent mind for individual tactics. But never should have been the dictator of the Horde. That was doomed from word go. I'm honestly probably going to go ahead and play with that when it comes to our Warcraft. I haven't decided how yet, but that's something I want to do something with, you know. In fact, Crazy Norse might relate to this. Thrall reminded me a lot of the, except you know, different. A lot of the Vile Tribe. We must atone for our sins. Except, unlike the Vile Tribe who decided to be like, rawr, Thrall was like, yes, let us atone for our sins. And years and years of misery and frustration and resentment. He pretty much ensured that everything was going to go straight to hell as a result of that action. But I agree. Someone asked who would I put. J. Palmer asked who would I put in charge of Thrall. That's easy. Cairn. Cairn already had leadership experience before he ever met Thrall. Before he ever joined the cast or the crew. Now Cairn was old, and he wanted to be on his way out. But Cairn, I think, would be a good transitionary leader. Why? Because, and I've said this before, what the Horde always needed was a council of leaders, not a dictator. You know, the thing we have now. So I think Cairn would have been a great transitionary dictator into helping set up the aforementioned council. What does the Alliance need? Good writing. Let's give that to Nerozaz. He's kind of my tank right now. Fire's worse here, but we can manage it. Hang on, since everything's on fire, I'll cover the northern side of town, my house and up. I'll be on the well. Joe can take the third. Morning is bitter and hot, the sky not yet light, stars all swarm with smoke. Bodies are found burned, buildings are gone to cinders. Others survive, they'll live alongside charred memories. Dawn discovers a changed world. A local shrine serves as a meeting place for hill folk. Farmers, people of all kinds. It's away from the smoke, they convene around twilight. Suffering's vast, bigger than this one town, bigger than us or our people. All throughout the day, travelers have come from other provinces, dark news on their tongues, dismayed to see smoke over Peppershire. Terror and ruin have erupted everywhere. Bridges destroyed, passes collapsed, innocents harried, made homeless or worse. Passivity is the enemy of prosperity. That's what gets said at game tables. I think it's true. What do you mean? Everything we've done, we've been reacting. Accepting the cards we're dealt, playing by their rules. Okay, well, let's go kill them. We need to figure out what their goal is, and then we need to... They prey upon weak communities, so we make communities strong. That way they either wane to nothing like a flame or a bird play. Or they have to fight us. Okay. Cool, let's do it.
Great analogy, Valerian, in all honesty. Thrall and Grant, Ulysses S. Grant, are honestly pretty related to each other. Like, I'm with that. That's a good comparison. You know, I spent all that time building all those bridges on this campaign map. They're all gone. Good commander. Probably a decent person. There's some debate about that. Thrall's a good man. Let's be clear. Thrall is a very good person. Probably one of the most good aligned characters in Warcraft, honestly. He's kind of the Cecil or the Mario or the Rainer of the setting. Doesn't really know what he's doing. Anyways, moving on. What does the Alliance really need? Where am I? Where are we? We're over here. Yeah, we'll see what they do with Anduin in the next expansion, actually. Yeah, we'll go ahead and bring J. Palmer. And then, Takoida, I have a weird job for you. I want you to build bridges. People who did the quest in order, I assume you mean Dragonflight, which I did actually do Dragonflight in order. Do the quests make sense? Yes. The problem is they decided to do a side... I say problem. I don't actually think it's a bad thing, but they decided to do a side story in the middle about the time, the Infinite Flight and the Bronze Flight. It's a good side story. I actually really like most of it. There's also a recurring story that goes across the whole campaign, which is the one to do with Tyr, if you're familiar with that. That's not... The problem with that is it's kind of like a lot of the FF14 raids where, like, Part 1 came out in Patch 1, and then Part 2 came out in Patch 2, and so forth and so on. So if you do it linearly, they'll reference things over here, you know, assuming you did them out of order or whatever, or haven't done them yet. Having said that, those are the only two real side stories. Oh, no, I'm lying. There's a third one, and that's the Blue Dragonflight, which is probably my favorite MSQ in Dragonflight, honestly. God, that was so cool. Attack! Hi, Yura. The whole Blue Dragonflight arc was great. I loved everything about it. It was a very much now what kind of a story. A lot of Dragonflight has been tying up threads, I've noticed, from previous story arcs. I also liked how the Black Dragon story arc went, although that's not a side story, which is why I didn't mention that one. But you're right, it was good stuff, and I liked it. You know, let's just have some Metroid music. I feel like that's appropriate. Let's do Metroid music. Do you like Metroid music, Darkrai? Darkrai's like, I hate Metroid music. I hate everything, lore. Everything. Let's put Nero's up front as our tank. J. Palmer right behind him as our newbie who needs leveling. This really is XCOM. I gotta bring the noobs so I can level them. So, putting Pre-Cata Magni in charge of the Alliance. That has a lot of storytelling potential. But what I mean by that is it would kind of suck for everyone involved because of the drama and politics that would lead to. But I think that could be a good story, if I'm making sense there. I love how he can just be like, no, I'm just going to do this, because I'm Nero's As. Boop! Like, as was pointed out by Nero's As just a few seconds ago, a lot of people would be like, you're going to put a Bronzebeard on the throne? Like, nobody cares if you put a human on the throne, because they don't really have a lot of cultural and species baggage, but... Well, there's a reason it's called the War of the Three Hammers, right? What? Over the Misty Mountains of Old, Hira? Absolutely, it's a great song.
There is not, Grand Seal. I have not actually played it on camera. It is a someday game. We'll probably get there someday. Mechatork? I don't want to sound unkind, but Mechatork can't even retake his own town from underdeveloped, unequipped, unfunded, un-everythinged, inferior forces for, like, 30 years at this point, I think. Like, remember, Nomergon was lost during Warcraft 3, timeline-wise. Yeah, I'm not even going to get into the treatment of Mechanomes or his own personal failings every time he actually gets some character moments. Like what happened with, I can't remember his name, the Usurper guy. Gnomes were not a thing in Warcraft 3, that's why, because they were off fighting in Nomergon. You know, they're never going to do anything with Nomergon at this point. They're... One of the things that I wish would happen is I wish that several companies, this actually affects both FF14 and WoW. Is I wish, STO as well, and Tor, if you want to be honest, but a lot of games. I wish that there was a team whose only job it was to touch up old stuff. The old content team, right? How many of you have ever heard that quote in FF14 about, sure, we could touch up such and such, but that's going to cost you a raid? Are you familiar with that quote? Let's Sentinel up on you. Because development is a zero-sum game. Everything you're doing is something else you're not doing, right? And at a certain point, developers have to decide what they spend their time on, and the flat reality is that the core developers arguably should be working on new content. But yeah, exactly, Neurozaz. That's why there should be an old content team. That should be... yeah, exactly, Braven. There should be a team whose only job it is to touch up things, polish, you know, like make Gridania one zone instead of two, right? Smooth out some of the quest arcs through ARR. Polish up some of the dialogue so that the things that it references for later are better. Maybe go back and make some of the quest things more accessible. Maybe revamp some of the older dungeons, especially the MSQ dungeons in ARR. You know, you get it, right? Go back and just... Their job is to redo the older stuff, and this affects WoW just as much as it affects FF14. Just kind of... There's no real rush, right? Just spend your development time working on this crap. Fixing the old crap that is old and crap, that you accept as being crap because there's not a lot of reason to go into it. You remember the Exodar, one of the worst capital cities in WoW, which has been effectively abandoned? Yeah, exactly, Nero says. You know how, like, you still can't fly in the Blood Elf or the Draenei starting zone because of how those zones are technically part of Outland in terms of code? These are fixable problems, but they take time. Yeah, Silvermoon is still under repair. They're finally going to get to that one in 2 expansions. Can I? Nope. Damn. Screw it. Go ahead and tank. Now, lest you think I'm complaining too much, I really understand how low desire people probably have to go back and fix their old crap. Lord knows I had a huge, angry speech today about, you know, motivation and discouragement. I get it. I really, really, really get it. You go back and you polish that up, you're not going to hear praise about it. People are going to whine and complain about it because you changed it. And that's pretty much the only feedback you're going to get about it. So I get that. However, MMOs
kind of exist in a special place. And MMOs... What is with this music? MMOs kind of, in many ways, live and breathe off of their new players. This is, admittedly, kind of a contentious point to make, so forgive me for making it, but MMOs need new blood. Otherwise, the only path for them is to slowly die. I could point to any MMO ever, but what EVE Online is currently going through is a good example of what I'm referring to. If you raise that barrier to entry too much, then the MMO will just slowly bleed out until it finally does die. So you need new players. One of the best ways to ensure that there are new players is to smooth out the new player experience, to lower the barriers to entry, and to try and remove as many quit points as you can. We've talked about quit points before. So, whoops, no, don't do that. Just stay there. Where are you? You go up here. Nothing in particular, J. Palmer. It's just J. Palmer? EVE Online is not getting in new players and is slowly dying because it's not getting in new players. Like, I could go into details, but I feel like that explains it by itself. Stab. Oh, there's someone left. Who's left? Oh, I see it. Yes, Evo killed EVE Online, and so did you, J. Palmer. How dare. How could you do this to us? Yeah, WoW's new player experience has been improving. It is one of the reasons I think WoW has retained its slot as the top MMO. And I mean that. Because FF14, by all accounts, keeping in mind my personal biases on the matter, FF14 should have usurped WoW by now. But the new player experience in FF14 is garbage. It is actively one of the worst new player experiences I've ever seen in an MMO. Not the worst, but certainly one of the worst. The only thing FF14 has going for it in terms of new player community, or new player experience, is the community. And honestly, I don't think that's quite enough. I know multiple people in the dozens range who have only ever picked up and pushed through FF14 because they had a friend dragging them by the ear, insisting that at a certain point it will eventually be worthwhile. Fix it. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Yura. You are the only one I've ever heard say that. Ooh, yes. Upgrade to vigilance. Yes, power. Ooh, let's give that to Ross, I think. Yeah, let's give him more armor. I knew it, Blade Ball. Okay, I've now heard 2 people say it. Boilerplate, obviously some people enjoy AR for the garbage, terrible experience that it is. But, ignoring that, I stand by my statement firmly. Like, you cannot tell me to my face that you think the current status of FF14's new player experience is good. You can't. It's hard to get access to the game, by which I mean it's literally physically difficult to buy the game, and then it's difficult to actually go ahead and get a freaking account going, especially depending on which country you're living in, which is varying based on the country. And honestly, I could stop there. It's something that was commented on many, many times during the Shadowlands dip, or the Shadowlands boost, depending on which MMO you were. Because a lot of people who, people will actually listen to, unlike me, all said the same thing, which boiled down to, hey, make it easier to buy your game so that you can, profit from the dozens and thousands of people who are bleeding out of WoW right now, which they, of course, did not do. Jesus Christ. I'm happy for you, Blade Javal. I want to stress that I'm not being hyperbolic when that sounds extremely alien to me. FF14 is a very obtuse game to get into, especially if you've never played a video game before, have never played an MMO before, or have never played a Final Fantasy before, or any combination thereof. It is not well tutorialized. There's a lot of mechanics and gimmicks which are not well explained, or not explained at all. Buying the game in general, again, it varies based on your region. Yeah, Alchemist is actually, that's absolutely correct. There are games which are substantially easier to go and buy right now that are dead games than FF14 is. Like, their backend is so obtuse. The fact, just the fact that if you have a Steam Square account or a MogStation Square account, and those two are mutually exclusive, by the way. Nothing tells you if you have one or the other, and if you screw up one, it can screw up the other. By itself is something that needs to be smoothed out. Their backend is so awful. I can't even put it into words. I'm actually struggling right now to put it into words. The easiest way I could ever explain how Square's backend is terrible is by saying play online. And they've never really gotten any better from that. What am I doing? Oh, we're just repairing stuff. Yeah, go repair. Go repair. Every single time... How do I put this in words? I mentioned quit points, right? If I go to buy a game on Steam right now... Actually, no, let me rewind, actually. Let's say I want to go buy FF14 right. So I go to FF14 site, and I go to buy it, and I try to buy it. And if I have any issues in that process, that's what we call a quit point. That's a moment at which someone, somewhere, is going to look at that and say, okay, this is irritating, I don't want to deal with this. You have to think of game design in terms of filters. You have to think about how many tens or hundreds of thousands of people are playing your game. When the numbers get that high, you get a whole lot of statistical outliers, and so you are not, wrong way to phrase that. You get a lot of statistics built in, not outliers. Ignore that. So you probably have no problem playing FF14. I had no problem getting FF14. Even Evo had, it was able to get an FF14. But the only way Eva was able to get an FF14 was because me and several other people helped her through the process. Because it was boring and broken and buggy, and there were several issues along the way because of the issues I was just mentioning. That should have been a quit point for her. You understand my point? Anecdotally, I could point to 5 separate people and say, yeah, sure, they had no problem. Click, buy, go. But if anything goes wrong in this process, there are people, a percentage of people who will look at that and say, I'm not putting up with this. I just want to buy my friggin' game. I know quite a few people personally who have a really, really low tolerance for quit points in game design. And if they run into any kind of issues, they're pushed out of that game hard. Now, you could say that's their fault, and I can't really argue against that, but at the same time, I don't feel there's anything wrong with having the mentality of, I just want to sit and play a video game, instead of doing this for several hours with the only time that I have in my terrible, awful life being spent trying to get an account made. You know what I mean? Like, we need to have more enjoyment in our lives, not less, as I am rather frequently saying. Let's sweep. No, I'm gonna regret this if I don't. Fine, let's go. Cover our eastern flank. Ugh. Yeah. Yes, account creation is absolutely a quit point. No question, no hesitation. Having said that, I don't want to compare WoW to FF14 because I hate doing that. But WoW has a much smoother new character creation process. Grab, create, download, done. It is just bam, bam, bam. It has a much lower barrier to entry, much lower quit point intensity in just the process of getting the game functional and operating and running. Now, WoW has other quit points, because WoW screws up a lot. But this is one of the reasons why it irritates me so much that a wonderful, amazing game, FF14, makes it so frustrating and irritating for new players to play the game. To get into the game, for that matter, because then we get into the ARR problem. Now, yes, everybody has different perspectives and opinions, and I know that several people enjoy ARR. I don't know why, I'm not going to lie to you, but then again, some people like black licorice, so this isn't exactly an alien concept. So, no judgment there. Some people like ARR. You cannot tell me to my face that ARR is not a quit point, however. In fact, you can't tell me that it's not like 10 quit points. I might be lowballing it, actually. Nothing really tells you how the classes are, or how they're going to play, or how enjoyable they're going to be. And this is especially problematic because all but 2 of the classes you have access to at the beginning of the game kind of suck at early game. Every class in FF14 is great at the end of the game. All of them, I would say. Every single class. But 1 through 50? Not the same. Not as much. So, that's problem number 1. Picking a class that you're actually going to enjoy. I know 2 people personally who picked the wrong class and put the game down as a result of that. Recently. I know a lot more people than that who picked the wrong class and put the game down before that, including Rax, by the way. And I believe Bragwin, correct me if I'm wrong on that. Oh, also me, while we're on the subject. So, not a lot of pick the right class early game design experience. Whoa, 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 loud. Sorry. But hang on, because it's not all doom and gloom. After all, there are actually 2 really good, really solidly designed classes early on. Those are, for those of you curious, Pugilist and Arcanist. And in fact, at the moment, if you want to get into FF14, that's my recommendation. Pick one of those 2 classes, but nothing tells you that. Nothing informs you, hey, these classes got a massive overhaul later on that makes them much, much better and much more early player accessible for when you're low level. Pick these. Which, once again, goes back to the old content thing. Now, this is something I believe Blade Jabal mentioned earlier, and absolutely deserves to be mentioned because FF14 has been overhauling their old content, bit by bit, as is evidenced by the fact that both the Pugilist and the Arcanist are actually decent classes. And yeah, once you get to Heavensward, you'll have access to the Machinist, which also got an overhaul and is kind of in an awesome place right now. So, big thumbs up on that. Also, when you gain access to 50, even if you're still stuck in ARR, you gain access to the Red Mage and to the Samurai, both of which are also legit classes. But again, you notice how each of these statements has that kind of asterisk attached, right? That play the right class until you can play the right class later kind of a problem. And everything I just said also relies on you already knowing that. It is a form of walkthroughitis, which every MMO suffers from. Yeah, exactly, Darkrai. You have to wait to level 50. You have to level something to level 50 to play as a Red Mage. That is how that is. That is the design. Let's do this. Get rid of the big guy, and then toss the fire that way. How far? Oh yeah, we can get both of them. Be on fire. I would say with 100% certainty that FF14 will do a level squish. I am frankly amazed they haven't already. Oh yeah, that's another thing. And I know this sounds banal, but once you decide to level another class, your levels are reset to whatever the lowest level of that class is. Dark Knight being back to 30, or say if you decide to switch to Pugilist, congratulations, you are level 1. That carries its own problems, too. There's ways around those problems, but once again, that relies on knowing what you're doing. Walkthroughitis. A lot of this could all be smoothed out. In fact, none of this is what I would call a game breaker. But I absolutely guarantee you that there are people out there who have put FF14 down because of any of the problems I've just mentioned. And trust me, this is absolutely surface level.
or any of the other hundreds of quit points that exist in early FF14. Yeah, thank God Pillars of Snow. And it would be nice if they would go back and fix it all, which is why it is nice that they are. So, absolute credit to Square on that. WoW is kind of a weird one. So WoW's new game player experience has been doing pretty well, actually. They've been getting better and better and better. You may remember me complaining about how a brand new player has to start in BFA. That's actually not true anymore. They finally got rid of that. And they have smoothed over a lot of the nature of how time walking works, and how grouping and queuing works, and how questing works. The fact that you can just kind of go poop, poop, poop in between zones in order to level, that's great. There's guides to kind of indicate where to go and what to do. There's stuff in the game to help the new player experience. Awesome. WoW's biggest problem is not specifically J. Palmer. WoW's problem is not specifically the new game player experience so much as the new game player content. Because BC sucks as much now as it ever did. And this is what always amuses me about FF14 and WoW, because they both do things wrong in completely the opposite directions of each other, in my opinion. FF14 goes back and adjusts and edits content to make it better. And WoW, and also classes, excuse me. WoW goes and fixes, like, the new player experience, like the interface and the HUD and the guidance and the tutorials and all that fun stuff. And neither do the other. You know, neither does the thing that the other is doing. Another perfect example of this. This is something that, WoW also lets you completely bypass bad content. Although, once again, you have to know that, so that's another walkthroughitis problem. That's an action. I don't even care about that. I'll just check the spell thread. This is something that's come up recently with regards to my wonderful, wonderful friend Bregwin, who is an awesome, amazing person. FF14 mandates you do everything in order. You have to unlock gameplay functionality by doing quests, never mind actually, like, accessing story and areas and stuff like that, right? So FF14 is extremely rigid. You are super nailed to the rails for FF14, which irritates the crap out of me, of course. In WoW, you are so freeform to do anything you want to that you essentially have to have a guide, a mod, or a walkthrough, or someone like me, in order to tell you what to do in what order, because you can do just about anything in any order that you want to. Again, I feel like both of these are wrong in pretty much just exactly the opposite direction of each other. I'm starting to think they're doing it on purpose. Yeah, the gameplay freedom in WoW is bonkers. Like, in arguably a good way, but really, it is the kind of thing I'm going to ding when we get to the review. Because you really can do stuff however you want to in WoW. And that's not great. Like the aforementioned leveling system I just talked about. Let's say you want to go and do, leveling. Cool, let's go do leveling. Let's say you've never played the game before. Where do you go? You have access to almost the entire game, thanks to time walking. You can do any expansion. It's actually worse than that, because you can do just about any expansion in just about any order. Even if you do something like, say, pick Cataclysm, you have 2 continents worth of zones to pick from where to start. So where do you start? Now, in the interest of fairness, there is a vector quest to help you with that. But the problem with that, again, is that that's not going to necessarily lead you to the good stuff because of the fact that they're not tooling up their old content. So there are good kata zones. And then, and then there's bad kata zones. There's even decent BC zones and decent Wrath zones. And then there's the rest of them. This is why I want that old content team, whose only job it is to go just polish up all the things that are just too low priority for the main team to deal with.
The bad TBC zones? So Zangarmarsh is an easy answer to that. Because Zangarmarsh is probably the worst zone in BC. Good night, 040. Take care. Yeah, that's another actually really good point, Pillars No. Nothing tells you that Dustwallow March is not a Kata zone. It's actually a BC zone. Yeah, then there's people who want to do Battle for the Undercity. Good luck. What's so bad about Zangarmarsh? I don't know how to summarize that. It's just... The answer's kind of everything. Except for the visuals. I do like the visuals. But yeah, the quest flow in Zangarmarsh is actively awful. The enemy drop rate is obviously too low. Most of the story there is disjointed and just kind of stops, basically in mid-quest. In some cases, they actually forever forgot about some of the quest arcs they were doing in Zangarmarsh. They never actually continued them. Even the water thing, which was a major story thread through the first section, the eastern part of the Zangarmarsh, is just kind of completely abandoned because they don't really do anything with it, ever. They just make one offhanded reference to it during the raid. And the dungeons in Zangarmarsh are just not as well polished as, say, the ones back in Hellfire. Do I want to deal with that? Let's do this. Let's finish building. Then we'll go deal with it. Okay, now can we intercept? Let's find out. Now, having said that, probably let's cancel that. Probably the best zone, I would say, in BC for questing is actually the Hellfire Peninsula. Hellfire Peninsula has the most variety to quest design, has the least frustrating quest design. There's certainly still some bad stuff there. I'm not trying to say there isn't. Drop rates galore. But it also has pretty tight flow, and it has a pretty tight several story arcs, almost every single one of which is followed through on relatively soon. The only real outliers there is the one dealing with Magtheridon, which doesn't come back until the raid, and the one that isn't followed through on until Nagrand. But it's still at least probably one of the better designed zones from a purely gameplay perspective, and honestly, story perspective as well. Attack. I don't blame you for disliking the aesthetics. I know you're much more into the pretty, I think is how I'm going to phrase that, side of things than I am, Yura. So, like, I get that. I'm not going to even argue that. Yeah, I was going to say, visually, I'd probably pick Nagrand as my favorite zone in BC. I'm curious what yours is, Yura, if you don't mind sharing. But I'm thinking in terms of quest design, in terms of story design. Like, even story-wise, the charge into BC is kind of awesome, right? You come out of the Dark Portal. There's demons assaulting the Dark Portal right in front of you. We need to get you a flight over that because we're having trouble connecting to our main base. We get over to the main base. There's problems everywhere. We've got damaged artillery right outside, and there's the Alliance base over there, and we're kind of at peace with them, but we're not sure what's going on exactly, and you get it, right? There's like a whole great vibe, and I would be lying if I did not admit something, that at least another thing that I really, really enjoy about BC. Not BC, the Hellfire Peninsula. The music of the Hellfire Peninsula is kinda legit. You need a weapon. Why don't you get up there? Get up there, get up there. Terakar, I'm with you. Terakar is also a very pretty zone. Absolutely. Oh yeah, Hellfire Peninsula also has the Welcome Reaver, which we'll have to decide if that's a negative or not when we get there. Oh yeah, mine too, Jay Palmer. In fact, when we go through that portal for the review, I hope to do what is probably the very last time I will ever participate in that little ritual of mine. Points if you know what I'm talking about.
I don't blame you if you don't. It's been a while. I talked about it during the lore run, though. It's just so much movement speed. It's just absolutely crazy. Get up there, Nerzaz. Be a tank. So, the first time I ever walked through the Dark Portal, I was obviously a fan of Warcraft since Warcraft 1. So, seeing the Dark Portal, going through the Dark Portal myself, was like a big deal to me. So the very, very, very first time I ever did that, back when BC first came out, I took a moment. I was just staring at the thing, and there's just... I don't know how to explain it. It was just this moment of, you know, deep breath. And by this point, you know, I know what Draenor's like. I played Warcraft 3. So I'm like, okay. And I put my character into walk animation, and I actually very slowly walked through the portal. And then you go out, and every time you exit the Dark Portal into Hellfire Peninsula, the song I just played plays. And it's just a moment for me, you know? So, every time I've done that transition from vanilla to BC, I've done that walk. Because I'm a gork. A geek and a dork, excuse me. If you're wondering. Get up there, get up there. Yes, please give me a stone sword. I don't know if we've unlocked stone swords, but we're about to. Here. Yeah, a geek and a dork all at once. I am just that awful. But yeah, it was a whole thing. I did it a lot because I leveled a lot of characters, like one of every faction, or one of every class, excuse me, up through Wrath. And, well, if you're not familiar with it, during Wrath, the only way to level was to go through Vanilla and then go through BC. I will freely admit one of the reasons I hate Vanilla to this very day is because I did it like 15 times. I got really efficient at it. No. So, the way this works, Loke, is you actually retired. You retired home and hearty and happy, and you went home. You actually passed on most of your experience to your grandchild, who then carried us through the rest of that particular campaign. But you retired happy and successful. Oh, God, Felwood. Oh, my God, Felwood. Especially Vanilla Felwood. The further into Vanilla quests you got, the worse you start to notice the quest design. That's not true. East and West Plagues were actually pretty legit. Let's go ahead and kill this guy. Oh God, I'll never forget Vanilla Felwood. Go ahead and tell me the story of Vanilla Felwood. I'll wait. Let's see if this is close enough. Yep! God, Diabeepus is ridiculous. It's a wood corrupted by Fel. Okay, but, like, what's the story of the zone? There's a doings transpiring. Just that in your best Yosemite Sam voice. Ooh. Cleansing in a Fel. Nope. Good guess. Oh, I know. Pillars of Snow. By the way, I do know someone, it was a woman who used to quest with me way back in BC, who had issues with the drop-off, just like you did. If I'm being honest, I kind of had issues with that drop-off. And I don't have that particular phobia, and I still look over that like, one time I was flying Evo over the pit. We were going from Hellfire to Tempest Keep. We were just going to show her Tempest Keep. So we took the direct path, right? And at one point I said, look down. And the reaction was, ah! Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I think I'm going to reroll. We've got LP. Let's reroll. What do we got? These all suck. Give me another one. +1 speed is not too shabby. Netherstorm, you're up. Netherstorm. +1 speed or +5 stunt chance to the whole party. I think we'll go with Bard. That is... Let's put that on J. Palmer, because we're trying to gear him up a little bit. Bonus damage. Oh, let's put that on Nero's. Easy answer. Probably not Nero's, but Draenor is a little bit of a different question. Really, Zen? No, I did not know that. I hope that's, like, a good thing. Not a terrible thing. Intercept. Yeah, Vashir, I'm actually with you. I think I talked about that during Subnautica, which I don't blame you for not knowing, because I'm not sure you've actually watched that run. Oh my god. We failed an 83% dice roll. But yeah, having that draw distance helps. I'm probably going to read the Warcraft Chronicles 4, excuse me. I haven't put a lot of thought into it yet. If you guys want me to, I will. I might actually, like, just allow that to you to fund that like any other run. We'll call it, I don't know, a 10-hour run, because it usually takes about 1 day to get through it. And I think that's what we'll go for. The WoW run is not funded yet, no. I'm trying to focus on clearing the queue up before I add a month-long run to it. I know we have a fire spear, but I kind of want to see what happens if we get a water spear. A tier 3 water spear. Let's have you... God, he's got so much movement. Look at that. Look at that insanity. The WoW review run will start in the same place it always does. Sort of vanilla. We will start off by covering Dustful of Marsh. That's not quite true. We're actually going to do Dustful of Marsh differently. We're going to do a little bit of... We're going to show off Silithus a little bit. And then we're going to do Molten Core, Blackwing Lair, Rack, Tack, and I think that's it. And that will be our coverage of vanilla. It'll be a great way to start, because it will just be shotgunning negatives at the game right off the bat. I'm not even really joking. There's going to be a lot of negatives right off the bat in WoW. We'll also probably spend the first shift just kind of talking about a few things, historical significance, and reviewing basic things like add-ons and interface and options and menus. So, I'm kind of joking. The first actual review stream of WoW is going to be me giving like 30 positives to the game for having just some of the most insanely good quality of life and options features I've ever seen in a video game. What will I do about positive and negative for things that are no longer there? Well, they're not there anymore. So, since they're not there anymore... So hopefully that answers your question. Let's boot you up so I can actually see what I'm fighting. It'll admittedly be a little bit of case by case. For example, the fact that the Battle for the Undercity is gone is kind of, what the hell? And there's also WoW Vanilla / WoW Classic, which we will at least mention. I'm not reviewing it, to be very clear. Even if I decided to accept reviewing WoW Classic, excuse me, I would only do WoW Vanilla in WoW Classic. I understand that a review of WoW BC Classic and WoW Current BC would be a different review. I just kind of don't care. It's the same reason we're not reviewing SMRPG-R and SMRPG. While they are different games with different perspectives and would lead to different scores, it's just not really time efficient to functionally review the same game twice. Not unless there's a really distinct variance between the games to justify such a direct comparison. If BC was like a 10-hour game, I'd be much more inclined to go ahead and cover both BCs, but no, we're going to be in BC for like a week. Do I own the classics? That's an odd question. So if you have a WoW subscription, you have access to WoW Classic. It's baked in. Yeah, that's the funny thing. They've gotten rid of Battle for the Undercity twice now. Or are going to get rid of it twice now. It's like, guys, could you quit it? Please? No? Okay. There we go. Diabeepus continues to be ridiculous. I liked the Battle for the Undercity. It's actually quite crude by modern standards. Buggy, slow, and honestly kind of sloggy. But it was kind of a critical point in the narrative, which really should actually be still available to new players. Hell, I couldn't even properly show it off during the Lorecraft series. The Undercity is currently under the purview of the Forsaken, after having been owned by nobody, and then the Forsaken, and then the Scourge, and then the Alliance, and then Lordaeron, and then the Elves. I think that's it, in that order. So, actual armor. Let's give that to Takoida. There you go, Takoida. I don't really know why they don't keep around the existing classics. Their strategy eludes me. Because I thought what they were going to do, which I was fully in favor of, by the way, was you'd have WoW Vanilla Classic, and then you'd have WoW BC Classic. You know, two separate games, right? With two separate accesses and blah, 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 blah. Like, you get it. Instead, there's only WoW BC Classic, which supplanted WoW Vanilla Classic. And then there's currently WoW Wrath Classic, which has supplanted WoW BC Classic. And it's like, what are you doing? I legitimately don't understand what you're doing. I think Bragwin is actually correct. I think they're kind of still going through with the overall mentality of FOMO, of erasing the past to move forward to the future. I don't know if that'll ever change. FOMO is a plague in every MMO to some extent or another. Have you logged in to get your quests in Guild Wars 2? Oh, you didn't. Okay, well then we're going to charge you for them. Oh, what's this? There's this one particular outfit you really like? Well, that sucks because it's permanently gone. If you're lucky, we might add it to the store later.
Do you enjoy dragon flying and doing races? Yeah, me too. Why don't you go ahead and do it now, because after about a week, it's permanently gone. Now, there's a relic in FF14 that I'll probably never actually have, because I didn't jump on that as quickly as I should have. If I had done it when it was still active and players were still doing it, I would have my Shadowbringer's relic right now, and I don't. Hell, right now, as of this very moment in time, I have a mount you cannot get anymore in WoW, still. It's a damn good mount, I still use it, but I don't use it because flex, I use it because I like the mount. Nice, Zen. Let's build some more bridges, because they knocked over all my freaking bridges. I built bridges on every single one of these last time. It does, doesn't it, Bragwin? What's really sad, funny, but sad, is if Blizzard wanted easy PR, they'd start bringing that stuff back. You know that would be a positively received thing. You know people would be like, oh, thank God, you're bringing back, you know, the four chest bear mount. Oh, thank God, you're bringing back the Plague Proto-Drake. Oh, thank God, you're bringing back the Battle for the Undercity. It would be such an easy and cheap PR win for them. Okay, let's go rescue Lunarithburg, shall we? That's a good point, Zen. I forgot that you can get some of that stuff on the black market auction house. Which, let's be honest, as actually awful as it sounds, I'm kind of in favor of the black market auction house. Kind of. Because it completely rips money out of the actually rich players in WoW. They burn way too much money on that crap. You're probably thinking, why kind of? I've actually talked about this before, but in brief summary, adding more gold sinks doesn't really fix the problem of the rich players. In fact, it actually exacerbates it because they have a motivation to continue being rich. So they constantly try to keep doing all the scummy, crappy things that they do in order to maintain their stranglehold on the economy, in order to keep buying all the things that they come up with new gold sinks for. They just added a couple new ones, like a few weeks ago in WoW. By the way, that's true in every MMO. Every MMO has the rich people problem. Not a commentary in real life. Just pointing out facts. And just to get this out there, one of the most irritating things about the whole thing is that the rich people problem in MMOs is a solvable problem, unlike in real life. Because you can just delete gold in an MMO. Just erase it from existence. Good night, Nerzes. Have a good one. Let's do this, actually. Start getting some damage up top. On you. Or let's do absolutely nothing with our turn, because you blocked the attack. So my most nostalgic WoW expansion. So you know me. I don't really get nostalgia in the traditional sense. But I do have one thing that I have nostalgia for. Points if you remember what it is before I say it. That's right, audio. So, the only nostalgia I have for WoW is for the dumbest thing possible. Which, play for you as soon as I find it. Here it is. Let's go ahead and set you on fire, shall we?
And then let's keep setting you on fire, shall we? Just keep being on fire, please. Go ahead and just kill that. Or don't. That's cool. Yeah, WoW music is great top to bottom. And I actually prefer most of the songs from later expansions. But, having said that, WoW vanilla music is just a very distinct form of nostalgia for me. It reminds me of home, for lack of a better way to put that. It reminds me of a place I do not have anymore. Let's do... Yeah, no, you burned my home. So probably one of my better clips right there. Let's go kill you. It's a woke slinger. We gotta kill them. Is it really Mike Kamado? That's funny. Who's left alive? Gotta be someone inside. Warcraft 3 music is legit to this day. IMO. I actually have some Warcraft 3 music on this playlist, I think. Do I? I do! I mean, what Blizzard was most known for the longest time was polish. Speaking as someone who came pretty much directly from Asheron's Call to WoW, I bash WoW Vanilla, and I do, and I mean it. But goddamn, it was a sea change. Watching that in action was just, it's hard to even explain anymore. It was bonkers how much of a shift it was in the MMO landscape. I've told the story several times about how me and several of my friends and business partners were working on an MMO, and I'm the one who said we should pull the plug on it. Because I got to play a bit of the WoW Alpha. And that was just... oh my god. It was a thing. Imagine going from Warcraft 1 to StarCraft, Darkrai. And that's about the gap that it was. No exaggeration. Not Warcraft 1 to StarCraft 2. That's crazy. But it was still a pretty big jump. What's doubly funny, I say Asheron's Call. There were a lot of MMOs in that era, and I played pretty much all of them. And they were all kind of the same. All just kind of roaming around, doing the same general thing. Most of them had like one gimmick. That was their big thing, right? Yeah, sure, we'll take heroism with her. Oh, I know, Brigman. Let's give that to... Aw. But it was interesting going from, like, I don't even remember the names of half the MMOs. There were a bunch of them, and they were all just kind of generic, right? Yeah, let me see if I can find a list really quick. Here we go. Sort by year. Okay, scroll back, back, back. Here we go. Here we go. Into the depths. So we had RuneScape, of course. Dark Age of Camelot, Anarchy Online, Ragnarok Online, Plane Shift, Neocron. God, I remember Neocron. Earth and Beyond, played the crap out of that. Asheron's Call 2. Toontown Online, the game that killed Earth and Beyond. Star Wars Galaxies, of course. Shadowbane, that was just a trip. Rubies of Eventide. I actually played Puzzle Pirates briefly. Maple Story, there's Lineage 2. Yep. Istaria. Yep. EVE Online. And then, of course, WoW. Okay, I'm surprised of all the games I just listed, you remember Shadowbane. Let's go repair this. Asheron's Call 2... kind of did everything wrong. I should probably mention that I actually enjoyed AC2 for what it was. But note that I say, for what it was. I got to really put that proviso on there. See if I can find it. Looks like I can't. Oh, wait, hang on. What's this? What's this? This is new. Ah, this isn't it. Damn. Oh, Asheron's Call was 2 was terrible. Here we go, here we go. Now that's some nostalgia right there. So, how do I even begin to explain how crap this game was? So first of all, it was designed as an actual sequel to Asheron's Call. That means they had to move the story forward, which you'd think would be a good thing, but they did it in probably one of the most face-palming ways they could have. They decided that the apocalypse happens after AC1, and now we're in the post-apocalypse, and we have to reclaim the world in AC2. Okay, you've got a premise there, you've got a story, but everything is already wrong with that, because first of all, you've pretty much guaranteed that everyone who played AC1, which is all of them, are now like, well, hang on, everything we did just leads to the apocalypse? Like, why do we even bother with any of that crap? It kind of baked in a bit of inherent aggravation about the fact that it just like, reset button. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is the fact that that only works for certain game types. When your primary gameplay loop is hunting and doing dungeons and questing in order to progress through a narrative, a giant empty world with nothing but ruins doesn't really lend itself towards that. Not unless you have other mechanics benefiting that, which of course they did not. So if you could build new towns or gather resources or reclaim the landscape, in other words, if this was something more like a survival game, like in the style of, say, Subnautica, this could have worked great. Instead, it was just go out and hunt things in giant, extremely empty swaths of nothing. Now, I do agree. There's ways you could have made this work. But again, I feel like there needed to be connecting... Yeah, like, imagine Fallout 76, but actually worth a damn. And you've kind of got the idea of what could have worked here, but obviously they didn't do that. The game itself was extremely laggy in ways that I don't think most people nowadays even really understand. No offense. Like, even just doing something like looting was just a chore, a hassle. And there was no shortcutting, there was no quality of life features. You had to click and drag everything. And if you let it go on the wrong pixel, which was easier to do than it sounds because of some programming problems, then nothing would happen. Yes, you're actually listening to Asheron's Call 2 right now. This is footage from Ripper X. Thank you, Ripper X, for this. Everything in the game was overtuned to hell and back because they wanted the entire game to be mandatory group.
Asheron's Call 1 was not mandatory group. You could solo the overwhelming majority of that game. So they went the exact opposite direction with AC2. They wanted you to group for everything. So soloing sucked, which it was specifically because the mobs sucked. But hang on, it's actually worse than that. Because the way that they did class design wasn't really in the benefit of grouping. There weren't really support classes in the strictest sense. There weren't really healing classes. There was no tanking. The only benefit of being in a group was you had more damage output at a time. Now that can work, Diablo. But again, it only works if you design the classes very well and you design the encounters around that concept. This was designed for concepts like tanking and healing without tanks and healers. I could keep going, but rather than waste more of your time, and I do apologize for the indulgence, let me share one of the biggest things that is hilariously awful about Asheron's Call 2. So, when the game started, the main continent was split into 3 continents. And there was like the easy continent, the mid-level continent, the high-level continent, right? At the beginning of the game, the only story in the game was these vaults, which were awful. I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I can. Like, picture whatever the worst dungeon is you've ever done, and it's not as bad as that. These vaults, every single one of them was more than triple negative territory. Terrible crap. But the point is, you do these vaults, and they would literally tell you the story of the apocalypse I mentioned earlier. That was it. That was the only story in the entire game. That was the MSQ. So you would do those vaults, and they would lead to this as the second area, and you do these vaults and lead to the third area. But here's the really funny thing. There was no content in the third continent. It was empty. It was devoid. Because they hadn't designed it yet. They hadn't gotten there yet. It was in the game, but there's nothing there. Now, relatively shortly after players started making their way there, because these are Asheron's Call players, so of course they did, they started adding super uber death mobs to the third continent. Which naturally people went to there to go ahead and farm, so then they started making it so they gave no experience. Or like 1 experience. It was kind of like they'd never made an MMO before. Because everything I'm talking about is a mistake that almost every MMO designer has made before. Including the developers of AC1. These developers. Now, obviously I'm bashing the crap out of the game. But the reason I pulled up this video right here is because of what Yura said earlier, that AC2 looked cool. Now, I didn't like the visuals of AC2. You know what I loved about AC2? The audioscape. The sound effect design was actually quite good, as you're kind of hearing here. And the music was this procedurally generated thing. It was designed to be basically dynamic music. Every time it decides what to do with its next stanza, it kind of generates it based on what you're doing and based on the location you're at. That's why you can't really find the AC2 soundtrack, because there kind of is no such thing, right? So the only way I could ever listen to AC2 is by pulling up a gameplay video like the one I have up right now, and just letting it play for a bit. Yeah, pretty much, Darkrai. That's a really good way to put that. Anyways, long story short, Asheron's Call 2 was a colossal failure. It bombed so hard and so fast. I believe it actually, at the time, had a record for the quickest dying MMO. I wasn't happy about that, though. As with most bad games, it had started to turn it around a bit in patches. They started adding actual quests and actual story stuff to do. They started adding content to the third continent. And they started polishing up their class design. But the problem was, by the time they even got started doing that, it was already too late. They burned their initial audience so hard. because the only potential audience they really had were players of AC1. And an inordinate quantity of players from AC1 were all pissed off at AC2 for obvious freaking reasons. And yeah, the day after has successfully broken that record. Thanks for that. Yeah, Turbine, in many ways, are responsible for most of the things that people enjoy in MMO design. Not just with Asheron's Call, but with Lotro, which, as a reminder, is the same devs. Let's do this. Like, a lot of concepts like Transmog or Glamour from FF14, that came from Lotro. The idea of cosmetic armor in general also came from Lotro. The idea of having a queue, like you pull up a menu and queue for something, that came from Lotro. And I can't remember anything else off the top of my head, but I know there's several gameplay concepts and conceits that Lotro invented. Now, as is pretty normal, they kind of sucked at it because they didn't really know what they were doing, and they were inventing stuff brand new. Oh yeah, the way of showcasing the MSQ, which, you know, FF14 and WoW have both obviously taken and run with. Let's set you on fire. I think you should be on fire. Yeah, back then, for the longest time, I actually called MSQs book quests because Lotro called them book quests. Let's, you know, honestly, let's try to kill these littles. They're kind of in the way. They're frustrating if they live. You can kill him, because you're further back. I will admit I've never been scared in WoW. But there are moments in Lotro which certainly cause me to go... You can quote me on that. Like the cordyceps-infested spider boss of the Mines of Moria. Whatever I tell you will not explain how nightmarish this thing was. I will say WoW has some absolutely fantastic atmosphere, especially in its more recent zones. I also really unironically like the Maw, just in terms of visual and audio design. I've said it before, it's probably one of the better designed hell zones, you know, like the hell terrain type I've ever seen in gaming. The Maw is terrifying. Wow. So yeah, let's gain 4 ranged counterattacks per turn. Because why not? We'll do a reroll. What do we got? Ooh. Battle Dance. Yes. Or Sentinel. No, Battle Dance. Battle Dance. Come here. Let's give you that. You have way too little speed. Oh, I don't even want to imagine what Maldraxxus smells like. Although I know what the Ardenweald smells like. It smells like allergies. Yes, Blade Ball, sorry. Is there anything I haven't built? I guess there's that. Sure. Okay, so.
Timber merchants heading to town. I'm Lobellin. This is my wife, Farsa. This is her cow, and that's what Winter gave us down there in that cart. Good time for lumber. As for us, we know you. You're Takoida and the slippery Nero's as. A few seasons back, we wouldn't dare this road, but now we owe you our livelihoods. Anything you need. Slippery doesn't feel like a compliment, does it? So, the Bills versus the Chiefs, 49ers and the Packers, Texans, Ravens, and Bucks and Lions. Unfortunately, the Chiefs are probably going to win there. The 49ers are going to lose because they've sucked ever since they won everything. I'm going to go with Texans, and I don't actually know the last teams, so I don't get anything on that. We did it. We rebuilt the town. Yay. We got a lot of resources for it. And 10 years of peace follow. That literally was just... The quest objective there was sweep the map. I don't think this is as well designed as the last campaign was. So let's see what happened during our years of peace. Let me turn up the Asheron's Call music for a second. When the clamor of town life grew too much for Takoida, he would find an empty patch of land and plant saplings. Yeah, we've seen that before. Nero's As watched the land he knew pass from summer to fall, winter to spring. Each year made subtle changes to the distant tree lines, the slopes of mountains, and the course of rivers. He felt the years leaving their marks on him, too. The muscles in Ross's back began to knot more tightly in the mornings, and it took longer to unwind them. He was far too proud to mention it to anyone, though. Joa added a new addition to her house. It'd be nice to finally have a dedicated trophy room. Joa and Diabepis enjoyed talking about the old days over a campfire. Joa would scratch tactical maps in the dirt, mulling over how they approached certain battles more effectively. The first harvest from the fields was a little off, and grain was moldy. Diabepis sat down after his final battle and finally wrote down the tales he had amassed. The language is a little flowery and the stories long, but insights rewarded those who gave each page the attention it called for. Diabepis has retired. Our death machine is gone. Joa's daughter has reached the adventuring age. Cool. We'll do Indignance. That's a fun one. So we will pass down Diabepis' training to... We'll do J. Palmer. Have, like, several levels. Oh, yes. Upgraded Battle Dance. Yes, please. She will continue to transform. Which means she can't equip weapons anymore, but she doesn't use her weapon anyways. So, yes. Speaking of weapons, J. Palmer, since you are now the inheritor to Diabepis, we will give you... We'll only give you... We can't... I really wish I could have a 20-grade spear. Let's give you a regular spear, actually. It's the same damage. And I kind of hope we can get that imbued into something else, so we can finally have an elemental grade spear that isn't fire. Nero's As doesn't need anything. Oh, actually, I need armor. Yeah, let's get some armor going here. Takoida's already armored up, and it's kind of everybody. I guess I can do this. Give him a little more tankiness. So that was chapter 3. A magical place when sunlight slants like that. Nero's As dips his jug and senses he's not alone. Please, this way. Yeah, this is not a trap. Boy for a hill woman, isn't she? Okay. We're lucky you made it back to us. I'm not sure lucky is the right word. I thought I was careful. At least I kept my composure. Yep, she led us to a... God, that's the second time Nero's As has been lured into a trap by a woman. Nero's As, we need to have a chat. Don't be alarmed, son lover. Don't raise your weapon. It's a forceful way to deliver an invitation. Parley in neutral place of choosing. I suppose we can arrange our own alternative? We don't even know how to ask. What exactly do we get out of this? I mean, what terms are we discussing here? We've held back, given you time, but the peace you are so desperate to keep does not benefit us.
We will shatter it. Spurn us, and our ranks will rise to swallow every rain-softened township that's ever sheltered you. Okay. We will rate your arrival. Know that peace will not last if you fail to honor our request. Cute. My father didn't survive the last upheaval. I know I have no right to ask, but please don't let it happen again. Okay. Cool. Parley with the deep ones is the only objective I have. Also, I just want you to know that our objective is called Parley with the Deep Ones, which I feel like that says everything that it needs to. And yes, you still have a spear, Ross. Like, just... Nope. Let's go parley with the deep ones. Post quota. Why aren't you doing this? Go. If you're into gameplay and not story, I would recommend this game, Ross. I mean, this isn't an RPG, so that's valid. As I said before, so far this is proving to be more XCOM than XCOM. My biggest complaint with it so far is honestly that there's too much content. And, well, it hasn't varied much yet. So, whether that's an issue for you or not, that's up to you. It's kind of well, that's a bad example. I'm trying to think of what I would compare this to. I don't know if I have a solid answer of what I would compare this to, honestly. Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm just kind of skipping through cutscenes. Because, honestly, let's just go. I mean, this was our 4th day of streaming this game. I am in Campaign 3, Chapter 3. Or 4, excuse me. I will say the gameplay is pretty solid. I'm enjoying it for what it is, but I will also admit that I'm kind of just going through the motions in many of these battles at this point. And that was even before I turned down the difficulty, which I will also mention that I've only really noticed in the sense of how many enemies we face every map, which is fine. I'm not going to ding the negativity. I'm not going to ding the difficulty either. But it does feel like, you know, something that is fine. It's not really like, okay, whatever. I wish they'd stop giving me mages. But we can make that work. Burn to death. Alright, you should do Throne of Thunder, Mr. Red. And then you should look in the World of Warcraft spoilers channel, and then look at the thing I did on the Throne of Thunder just last night. We do have Chain Lightning now, so that's nice. Oh, absolutely, Darkrai. This is a very modular game. Pandaria, Yura. So, this most recent patch in WoW, the one that just happened this week, they added a puzzle to the Beholder boss, Darumu the Forgotten, in Throne of Thunder. Once you beat him, he drops an item if you're a Warlock. And you can use that item to start a puzzle. The goal is to count how many red, green, and purple lines there are, and then to input that amount correctly. You can see, based on looking at it, why that's considered a puzzle.
I love how I just shoot lightning down on my mage. It took 2 mutations to reach that point, though. I don't know if you'd like Pandaria visually. Pandaria is, in my opinion, from memory, we'll see if the review holds this up, the second best expansion WoW's ever had. And Dragonflight is very quickly shaping up to be number 3. I mean, I haven't heard the Kung Fu Panda quotes or jokes in years. Not since the lore run, actually. When everyone constantly bashed it for being the Kung Fu Panda expansion, which is stupid. No, not the fact that it is that is stupid. The fact that people say that is stupid. And I'm not going to say anything else about that. That's a dumb take. Moving on. Apparently so, Zachtaft. Code was only level 1. Let's give that to J-Palm. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Red. It's like, yeah, okay. Let's try something. I said I was going to try this, and then I didn't. So let's actually do what I said I was going to do, shall we? You can kind of see what I mean when I say it's dynamic, too, can't you? Especially interesting because the other game I could think of that was doing pretty much the same style of music was Spore. Another game that I couldn't actually buy the soundtrack of, so I had to go and, you know, just leave the game playing and have the audio recording for a while. Alright, let's do it. Let's parley with the deep ones. This is a great idea. The ruin of Glimmin Hall lies in natural depression. Fog heaps and flows, coats their faces, and damp chill in the odor of undisturbed mold. But Nero's has a direction lead to a Mark Tuttle. It's where a dragon would live. Nero's speaks in a whisper. It's the kind of cave heroes enter, and only one comes out. Vague light slips from somewhere through a prism. It grays and twists and stretches, and blah, 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 blah. There's a glow up ahead. Firelight. Let everyone know how to tighten up. It's just the 5 of us. Let's remember that. Whatever happens, be smart. Take initiative. Their enemies gaze without feeling as they enter. Here we are. And welcome. Our patience is not everlasting. And yet, you were content to wait for us. What is it we're here to resolve? I'll put it plainly. I'd like to make you an offer. They call me the Prophet, my disciples. To others I am Deep King. To you I have been an adversary, but that need not remain true. You speak for everyone? The deepest? You're it? I am the authority in my order, yes. So if we want to cut off the head of the snake. Beside me stands the Shadow Messiah, a being older than legend, almost as old as myself. The enormous figure of the Deep King's hide narrows its eyes. The offer is immortality. You mean like in songs? I mean immortality. Your life will be made endless. That is the secret we found, and we offer it. This offer is for us 5, and no one else. Should one of you be wise enough to grasp it, you will not be refused. What's the exchange? All you must do is come with us. The stars don't love you. Below there is warmth, knowledge, eternity waiting. You will not be above me, inferior, but beside me, higher than only my queen. No. Heroes aren't heroes if they're not willing to die. I don't know if I agree with that. All you want is to get us out of the way so you can do what you please with the world above. I wouldn't limit my ambitions quite so much, but removing you is obviously the next step. Should ever you escape, you can consider our truce at an end. Well, time for a boss fight. Hang on. Boss music. Boss music? Boss music. Sure. Oh, the objective is run. Okay, run. Like, if that's the objective, let's go. This is nothing I'm testing out. I keep doing all the side content. I probably shouldn't, but then again, how underleveled will I be if I don't? One way to find out. Yeah, if there's one thing... If there's one thing I hate most about FF14, it's the mandatory solo content. I have a lot of complaints about that game, but that solo-only thing grinds my gears. That Shadow Messiah has a lot of health. It's a shame, because I'm pretty sure I could take him. If, you know, that was my objective. Look at all this crap. Hi, Drew and Grayman. I hope you're staying warm, wherever you are. Do I think they'll fix that? No. I legitimately think at this point that there's too much spaghetti code involved, and there's probably some philosophy involved in why they're not fixing that. Or, let me phrase this differently. They probably don't think there's something that needs to be fixed. Run, Ross! Run, Ross! Oh, you're not Ross. I don't know who you are. Run, other person. Run! Oh, absolutely, Darkrai. This is good music for this. It's about to not be, but, you know. It's nice for now. Told you. Okay, so let's see if we can trigger the end just by getting there with one person. Nope. Cool. Even knowing the lyrics to this song, it's kind of hard to keep up. Like, just... How do you sing that quickly? I mean, it's unintelligible, but they are still singing that quickly. Well, this is certainly a very Zerg swarming kind of situation. It's a shame I can't just be like, Thunder Stomp right now. Oh, wait, I can't. Oh, they all dodged? Oh, my God. Okay. Okay. Run! Just keep running. Just run. Yeah, can I get a reroll on that, please? I don't think I have Brute Justice on this playlist. I don't know. I don't want my go to sleep playlist to be, you know, Brute Justice. Do I have it here? Do I not have it anywhere? Anyways. Get out of here. Run! Least competent faction in a while, other than Garrosh and Gallium. So once again, I'm not going to say Greymane, because that's low-hanging fruit and bad writing. Alright, Ross, you're left behind all on your own. This is a lot of crap following us here. Yeah, Ross is like, I got this. Oh my god. I think the AI is bugged out a bit. Like, not all of them are even attacking me. But that's okay. Let's get out of here. Holy crap. My first thought was actually Varian, to be completely honest. Pandaria notwithstanding. Like, remember, Varian is the reason Westfall is the way it is. Just saying. Oh, and Lakeshire, while we're on the subject. Everyone out? I think we all made it. So much for peace offerings. At least we got it with our lives. A few weeks pass. The stars are clouded. The more I think about it, the less I believe it. Believe what? The sackload he gave us about eternal life. Yeah, it doesn't matter now, does it? It's a clue. They wouldn't offer a prize they don't believe is valuable, or hasn't worked for them before. Think about it. All their efforts seem aimed at swelling the ranks, but why? What's ultimately in it for any of them? Whoever that Deep King really is, he had to start somewhere. He had to have some means of becoming whatever he became. I wonder what that story is. I wonder if all or a few of his fellows share that potential. We need answers. And thus 11 years have passed. And let's switch to the passing of the time music here. Some parents ask their children, when are you going to settle down? Not before you, that's for sure. She says as she's literally made of lightning. Nero's became a guide to travelers in the more stretches of swamp and mountain. For a good stretch of his youth, J. Palmer made a habit of pocketing misplaced keys in rusted locks, keeping them in a pouch. One summer morning out of the blue, he entrusted his whole collection to a local kid. Okay. That's weird. Sweetford Smithery offered to take the discarded Drowan armor and Morthagi parts, melt them down, and reforge them into something new. Whispers rose again. Folks were flocking to the promises of a powerful cult. Without a troubled world around them, impressionable minds can be swayed by subtle tongues given time. The young tend to be the most idealistic, easiest to enamor, easiest to ensnare. Each day Tecoitus swept the path and trimmed the weeds. Nero's couldn't help but ask, why the diligence? Gotta keep the chaos at bay somehow. Ross was acquired by a family of cats for a few seasons. Note the terminology there. He would watch them stalk birds in the morning and marvel at what complex systems nature entailed. Carilla was visited by a man cloaked in ivy. The spirit laid 3 futures out for her to pick from. Joa's daughter is now a warrior. Okay. Well, let's re-roll, because I don't like any of those. Let's do... I mean, Rostakon's a moron. I'm not going to go with Varian. But I am thinking about going with Malfurion. Malfurion is kind of the Thrall situation, except worse. Malfurion is a really good druid. Probably the best druid ever. But he's a terrible leader who has no idea what he's doing on any level, shape, or form. He also has a colossal blind spot when it comes to his brother, which we've talked about before. Can I get you armor? Kinda. I'll take it. That'll do. Legends rest in places like this. Ancient places, forgotten places. What are we looking for? Not sure. We found segments of a long-lost epic as he was cleaning his chamber. The feats of the story's main figures felt familiar once he studied them. Digging through the old books, he deduced they were heroes of the verse who were interred. Call it a hunch. They fought monsters under mountains, bullmen, diminutive horned things, and beasts made of fungus. They saved their world, so it could be a lesson buried here, don't you think? The lantern illuminates webs and wrought stone. Shadows shrink, harden into cracks and hollows around the walls. Heroes were buried here. Surprised those things are still lit. I've got the touch of fire. Don't I usually? You ever think about where you'll be buried? I doubt any of us will get a crypt. Oh, in the vague, wondering kind of way. I fail to see the significance. Somewhere private, where I won't have to hear footsteps driving through my skull for all eternity. That was interesting. Here lies Ilis and Lestrand. Their love, which protected so many, shall cradle in eternal sleep. The statue of the two lovers wears a satin layer of dust. Aside from that, it is pristine. It must have taken years. I wonder what that arrow looked like. There's almost nothing left. Takona moves to another tomb, set apart against the wall. Something seems off. As he lays a hand upon it, he knows. This one's been touched. Touched? The dust is disturbed. Okay. Kill all enemies. Survive if you can is the objective. Oh god, and there's only the three of us here. Let's see if we can manage this. That is a lot of crap. Oh my god, that's a lot of crap. Okay, let's bounce there. Or don't. That's cool, too. Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with Malfurion. He's kind of an idiot. And, like I said, not really good leader. It will be interesting to write for someone like Malfurion for our war. Not our wars, different thing. I don't like that guy. Holy crap. Okay. Let's get some healing going. Or let's get dodged! Okay, this is going bad very quickly. Let's see if we can reduce the amount of... or we could get blocked! Okay, that's 2 attacks in a row that have done nothing. Okay, that time we at least killed something. We killed one thing that round because all our attacks missed. This, this could be interesting. Okay, let's start pushing down the big guy, shall we? He's a nice, big, obvious target. You have have a nice spear. Use it. Good lord. There's a lot of trash. Okay. Try to get rid of these stupid jackasses and get some friggin' healing. Okay, I think we're ahead of the curve, which means naturally it's about to all go top-sided. Pear-shaped, excuse me. Interesting idea, Brakeman. I will admit, Malfurion strikes me as the kind of guy who would be, shall we say, susceptible to corruption. I'm explaining that wrong. Let me start that sentence over. Malfurion would never actually give in to the Void, but the Void could play him like a fiddle. That's actually what I mean by that sentence. Malfurion is fairly simple of a person. Well, that makes him manipulatable. Let's salvage that. You alright? Here, help me move this. Together, the three of them hold the suspicious tomb, sliding back to reveal a passage. So we should see where it ends, although it may be a very long journey. Now we have to scout the tunnel. Okay. Well, that's... Oh. This is actually, body harvest music. Okay. Now I'm like 40 minutes over my usual cutoff time, so let's go ahead and save. I might be streaming tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see. But either way, I will definitely at the latest be streaming Sunday. So hopefully, see you next time.